Welcome to our continuation of our run through the levels from this past weekend's relay race at Summer Games Done Quick SGDQ 2023. It should probably speak for itself. This is our third sitting with this level pack, and we've been taking a long time with some of these, sometimes about 60 to 90 minutes or so, on levels that were designed to be cleared in 8. But of course, we're taking things at our own pace. There's a reason why we are, of course, not one of the relay runners. So far, we've completed 10 out of the 13 relay race levels. We've got 3 more to go from that 5-level marathon that was the conclusion of the race that was streamed on Saturday. And there are the levels by DPC, Josh Bones, and Sauce Power. And we're going to begin with DPC's level, the Fast Flying Feline. Now, DPC is one of the makers in this whole set that I probably know the very least about. And we'll see what I've been missing out on as we fly and climb to the top of the tower. Good luck, everyone. Also, I'm going to paste and pin the level code in the chat. Anyway, bullies and cats, we can do that, surely. It seems like it's going to be the deflection. Yes, the back deflection. Oh, hence the Z in the left side. Long jump. As I was saying, long jump. It's going to be another backwards deflection from the bully. I think we've seen this mechanic in a Lecter level, in fact, from a couple of years ago. Because this is the kind of mechanic that Lecter was very fond of as well. This time in a very different context, and of course I see a bullet hat coming up, and the funny thing is that the bullet hat is something that I also associate with a completely different Lecter level. So, Lecter being our artist, of course, for the GG emote that we have, as well as for all the wonderful trailers that we put together for the anniversary celebrations of Mario Maker over the past several years. And then, yes, we get up here, and then there is a no damage condition. The Goomba here basically acts as a gate to prevent you from cheesing your way through if you are required to jump ahead, so... And I think the flowers are best avoided as well. I believe that we probably have to. We'll see. Let's learn some of the early segments first, and we'll see how we do. It's going to be a long jump right away as we spring into action. Goomba hats down below. Probably has some kind of additional cheese protection. I guess if you pick up a Goomba hat, the only way to lose it is to take damage. Unless you replace it with a different hat, so... Now, I guess the idea here is that we're supposed to jump directly out of the bully. And I wonder if the idea is that you're supposed to do that while you're still wearing the bullet hat. If you're supposed to drop in there, we'll see. We'll see very soon, I'm sure. Here's the goal without taking damage. Yeah, we don't exactly know how it's going to go yet. I think maybe the positioning we need for the bully bounce is off, given that. Skip squeak coming. We'll see how that works. I certainly don't quite understand that yet in terms of how that bully bounce is going to send me upwards to where we need to go. I think it's strongly implied that we do in fact still need a bullet head. Get through the next segment after that. Over the Goomba hat trap. But we'll see. James D, welcome. Yeah, because the only way you're going to get through this gap without taking damage is to fly over with a bullet head, and so... I wonder how exactly you're going to gain enough height for the bully to behave that way. Maybe it's with the cat swipe as well. Oh, but we're making a mess of it. Yeah, I think it is with the cat swipe from up here, perhaps, but I don't think you can... I'm not exactly sure if you can do that with a bullet head on. We'll find out. It's been too long since I played with these mechanics. And we're going to find out very soon. Yeah, because if you crash into it with the cat, then you sail across with a bullet head once you get enough height to get all the way up to the ceiling. Perhaps that should be the way. I don't see an alternative to it. Particularly because you've got that skip squeak as well. This can be timed with your jump up to the bully. We'll figure it out piece by piece. I did watch the race stream over the weekend, but there were so many levels in quick succession that I don't remember all the specifics, and so we are basically learning this fresh as we've done with many of the levels previously in this package. But it feels like the kind of thing that once I learn it consistently, it shouldn't take too long to fall, so... No, you can't do the cat dive when you're wearing the bullet hat. But then, if that's the case, I guess we have to pull back towards it as aggressively as possible. You jump into the bully while holding left, so you don't get projected all the way to the wall. And then you have to change directions and swerve in order for the bullet head to continue its flight. That's what I'm assuming. And that looks correct, except we came in much too low. And I'm not sure how we're going to gain enough height from that, unless it's a high jump, like a spin. Ah, yes. Perhaps that's what the up arrow is telling me, is to do the spin high jump. And then that would perhaps give me the correct angle with the bullet head still on. Just a bit of a subtle adjustment, and that is indeed going to be it, as long as we remember to do the propeller in this segment here. Yeah, okay, that's what it is. Up arrow for the spin high jump. Luckily, that is something that we can probably do quite consistently once we get to it. Nope, we drop down. We hit a propeller, and right on the P block, we hit a propeller boost. Come on, let's get a dive. And we'll try it again. Yeah, I guess we were supposed to bounce that and then wall jump back through it. And then boost over here as well. That's a lot of directions to follow at once, and then looks like something does reset you here when it comes to the propeller head. You hit that over here, ground pound, and then make it across. I believe at that point you probably do pick up Goomba head to get through the swamp trap, is what I'm expecting. So this is one of those levels that does quick switching between practically all of the available heads. We haven't seen Cannon Box yet, but that's the only one we're missing. Ah, it's a cat climb, I see. And that's why you had to project yourself off there, perhaps, because we came a little bit late. An instant squish trap. Kind of nice for quick resets for people in a relay race format, when they can't just sit around and take multiple points of damage instead. Yeah, it was designed for that very specific context, so... That's the airship camera bot talking. Yeah, it looks like it's supposed to be the catwalk-ling. So, If we use the repeller directly out of the catwalk lane, I actually don't think I've seen that interaction, or been required to use it. But we'll see it. Whoops. We'll see it soon enough. Nope. Trying to jump out of that, I guess we mistakenly hit the jump before we hit the spin, and so... Yeah, because there is a specific angle of departure there that you would need out of the cat. It's very much like it's meant to be propeller spin out of the P block marker. Coming a bit low as a consequence of coming into the spin a bit late. Come on. There we go. I see. Because you spin, you go up directly towards that bully, and then you do the wall climb over here, and wall jump into a third propeller spin. Bully spins you forward, and that resets the propeller, which then gives you exclamation blocks, but then you would need the Goomba at that point, though, to get through the Swamp Trap, so we'll see which one we're picking up to make that happen. Nope, came in a little bit too far forward. But then if you're doing propeller out of this location and ground pounding, how do you get across the trap? Presumably you would need to catch the Goomba somewhere there, intentionally, and we haven't quite seen but do that because we haven't executed that cleanly enough to complete the motion. Oh no. No, we fall off the dash panel and then boost. That doesn't explain, still, how you pick up the Goomba hat for the Swamp Trap, if you need to. Which I presume you will, given the nature of how that's been set up. Oops. Unless the swaps have been activated in advance and are killed by the ground pound on the exclamation block from some previous motion that you do smoothly from having gone below already within swamp range. That's what I'm also supposing. And no, it doesn't look like it, because you would stomp, and then how would you do that here? Because you would have the propeller at this point, after the stomp. Really does look like you're supposed to crush the thwomps, but then I guess it's a matter of getting there quickly enough to have activated them. I'm not entirely sure. We have to go back there to see it accurately before we can assume anything. I see. That you still maintain dash panel momentum. That's how you do it. That the dash panel momentum still exists after the ground pound. That's something that we should know from previous experience, in fact. And it's the dash panel, not any kind of Goomba, that gets you through the Swamp Trap. Oops, a little bit late here. Very satisfying to get that last propeller boost once you see it. And then, yeah, you have to hit that and then dive immediately down below the cat after you lose the bullet head. Losing bullet head does not count as damage when you are just losing it with the collision. And we'll see what happens with the boost stack after that, but it seems like we're most of the way through at least. Yeah, very satisfying to get that angle in fact. It's a very specific kind of interaction that I don't remember having seen when it comes to having to round that corner. Maybe much more common in advanced 3D World hat platforming levels that I just haven't been keeping up with lately. This was the major showcase of 3D World mechanics in the set that was presented to the SGDQ runners this time around. Nope, too far to the right. In fact, other than the Luca and Meng dash panel level, I think this is actually the first, so therefore the second 3D World level in the set of 13. And of course, there's something that was designed for the speedrun event. Lots of dash panels and other momentum preservation mechanics. Whoops, no, too early on that. We just sail right out of the dash panel and then hit the trigger. So let's head back on up. Dash panel takes me over. Immediate dive. And then we needed to long jump out of this. I knew it and I just missed it. Because the idea is that you smash into that long jump, the wall begins. At that point you drop down to the donut block. And it looks like it might be a high jump up to the propeller, but I'm not exactly sure. I'll have to go back and see it. Preserves momentum. Long jump. Ah, cat climb. Right, but then don't you have to do the wall cling at that point with the cat? And then do like a bit of a slide to drop down over here and spin up. That's a very specific trick. We'll have to figure out. Because when you cling to that location, that should make the icicle drop and open that gate very briefly. Go. So how do you maintain the cling? I guess to maintain the cling I should actually stop climbing, because the problem is that if I'm still holding right, once you are past this point, what's happening is that I'm actually climbing excessively to go up the blaster, up towards the spike, as it's going to the right, and that's why I'm taking damage and falling down. So we should actually let up on the button. And slip along the blaster, which is something that, you know, isn't particularly intuitive because it feels like you should be holding right to cling to the surface. But as we can see here, once you cling to the surface, you can stay on it. And then at some point, you start to slip down. In fact, you might have to manually go down with it. Like you go down like that, from coin to coin. So you kind of have to resist the urge to follow the blaster by pressing into it. It's very counterintuitive in that way, in that I think the instinct is to push in, especially. And it seems like you're doing that to cling in the first place, but no, because you have to maintain height. You actually have to let go and have the D-pad in neutral. So we'll go back there and we'll try it. Dash panel momentum once again. Immediate dive and long jump and cling. And we'll let go. And we were just a little bit late on that. Possibly we needed to veer left a little bit again, or I just missed the up-pipe entrance, perhaps. We'll see. We're fairly close. Fairly close. And we'll see how it goes. Alright, through it again. It feels very smooth once you get in the habit. Whoops, too late. Let's get the Thwomp Crush. Good instant death mechanisms, very considerate all over the place for speedrunning purposes. Let's try it again. Nope, too early on that. But I feel pretty comfortable with most of the interactions here. I think they're quite reliable and not particularly tight or mechanical. Just have to stay focused. Like I was saying. Pull in, ground pound. Yeah, pretty generous margins once you know what these sequence of interactions is supposed to be. Nope, we missed a second burst here. Burst up here gets into the cannon head. Now that's sort of interesting because it means that we're going to fall into the skip squeak. That skip squeak with a full bounce should get you over the second skip squeak. And it would do a cannon shot into the pipe at that point. Yeah, you land on the non-spiny skip squeak. But it needs to be a full bounce to gain sufficient height. So it is going to be the full suite of 3D world hats. Usually I find levels that rotate you through all 5 hats to be a little, busy and unfocused, or certainly early on in the history of people learning how to design around them with the 3.0 patch back in April 2020. Led to a lot of levels that were kind of like that, where, just a lot of quick switching just also just adds mental burden. It doesn't feel particularly coherent. But this one, I think, is an exception. This one actually does the switching very well without really feeling disorganized or anything like that. Just, part of one continuous flowing motion. Which is a difficult thing to achieve when trying to rotate between all of them. I say all 5 hats, but of course, the Goomba thus far has mostly just been used as a failure trap. Good to see a showcase of this anyway, though. Nope, tried to pull back there and we just didn't quite get it. But yeah, letting up on a D-pad and a can't climb, that's really the trick. Oops. Anyway, here we go. Not quite. Okay, let's try it again. Whoops. A bit of a jumping error there. And that time we got sufficient height to get into that. Let go to D-pad, go down. Boot stop. Nope, too early on that. You had to go quite close to the spikes to get below the bully to get the bounce to the left side. The cannon shot hits the POW, gets rid of the bully, and lands you directly to the right of the red pipe entrance. That looks like it is the end of the climb. Yeah, that interaction of boosting below the bully is quite nice. It's not one that I've seen very often. In terms of having the big bully project you to the left or right when being hit from below at a certain range. I've played many bully bounce levels in the past, and that one particular interaction, something that is very well used here. In ways that's quite fresh. Nope. Late in the second hit. Yeah, it's got to be a full jump out of that to land on skip squeak. Get all the way to that shot. I wonder if at that point we're holding the Y button if I believe we should be charging the shot immediately upon picking up the cannon, and that range on the POW shot should hopefully not be an issue. Yeah, it feels very risky to get under the bully so close to the spikes like that. But that's just how the level tries to psychologically trick you out a little bit. again, and up. Missed a shot. We failed the condition, but let's just see what we have at the end here. Yeah, and it's just a flag after that. Question block there, I wonder. Right, because at that point, you fail the condition. This looks like it's potentially an alternative path. What would it be? Where would you have to go to get the exclamation block? I'm not seeing it. Because it looks like there's maybe a bonus path where you get an exclamation block and appear on the right side of the flagpole. Let's skip that last little bit. It must be quite near the end. Maybe even behind the power blocks or something. We'll keep an eye out for it, because I don't believe it was shown on a race stream, but honestly I don't remember to solve it long enough to say that either way. It looks like there is a particular secret here. That gives you a shortcut to the ending. I don't know if we'll see it. It would perhaps be visible more info layout if so, because it is something that's going to be in the main world. When it comes to where that exclamation block, or rather warp block, is being tied. And yeah, we hit at the very end. And yeah, I did see a kind of opening at the very end after the power hits. Perhaps you can burst into with the propeller at that point, but not the propeller, because you're at a point level where you already have the cannon hat. But so the cannon shot is one of those let go of Y while still holding B interactions that, as we've discovered with much of the item handling in the other styles, is kind of a particularly challenging sequence for me for something that is just, you know, bread and butter Kaiser technique. Again, it's just one of those things that is in some ways very maker specific. Standard traditional platforming never taught me to do that, and so it continues to be something that does throw me off from time to time. But we're gonna head up. I'm gonna try it again. To get more height to get the ground pound down. Let go. Down. Up. There we go. That's successful. So I don't know about that warp block, but we'll check more info to see what that is all about. It seems like the cannon blocks could actually bust through the wall on the right side if you shoot through the flagpole. But then that's already built close enough to the flagpole that it looks like it would be the last screen, so let's just take a look at this quickly. Yeah, because there seems to be an SGDQ graphic room. And the right side wall, as we said, was the right side wall, so... And then the room on... Yeah, the SGDQ room on the right is just the thumbnail. The one on the left seems like it is a secret that we just simply didn't access, but is accessible through a yellow pipe. It looks like it is a yellow pipe in, which means we should look for a yellow pipe entrance in the vertical climb. Am I ready to go back to Zelda? I am itching to go back to Zelda. I'm desperate to get back to Zelda. But we're going to play through this first. Like I said, it seems like we almost found a very convenient midpoint to take the one-day break from Zelda that we did yesterday, given that I'm at exactly 60 shrines right now. And I mean, I have no idea how many shrines there are in Tears of the Kingdom, and I don't want to know, but I wouldn't be surprised if it were just the same 120 out of the box before DLC. We're not going to spend too long on this. Even when we fail the clear condition, I just mostly want to see if we can find that yellow pipe. Do we see it anywhere? We had to play through it to see, because it must have been quite close to the end. Again, the thing I suspect is actually the gap that we saw above where you do the shot with the cannon box, but not exactly sure how you'd get up there. But we'll try it again. We won't put too many attempts on this simply because I do want to get through the level set today, but I'm very curious. Looks like something easily missed that others may not have shown off, and you know, we have a bit of a completionist tendency when there's levels like this. Which, given the nature of the relay, I think the other levels didn't necessarily have alternate paths or secret entrances or bonus rooms. But some of the SGDQ levels in the past actually did. So, where's the yellow pipe? No, it spikes above here, so it's not it. Well, let's race the clear rate. Let's just grab it clear, but I don't see it. I mean, there's the airship camera bob over here, but I don't think we saw anything to that effect. So, wonder where that is. But it clearly is a yellow pipe entrance, right? We just didn't see a yellow pipe. Perhaps I wasn't looking at it carefully, but... And I bet that the 28-second record time did put it somewhere. Nobody here seems to have found it. Let's take one more look. Let's take one more look. Since we've remarkably actually raised to clear it for a change. Yeah, no, I don't see anything resembling a yellow pipe entrance. Maybe it's something that's disguised by the airship camera above. But then, if that's the case, it would have to be all the way at the bottom here, so I somewhat doubt it. Like, what if we come down here? Nothing here, okay. Wouldn't think so, that would be much too cheesy. So I wonder about the clear check time on this then. 28 seconds. Let's take a look at the clear check time. Because that might give us a sense of how much of a shortcut it was. 29 seconds. So, okay, so did the clear check time was beaten by somebody, but our time was significantly extended from that, right? And it's not like I have that much flexibility when it comes to speed, so it must have been some ways before the end. I mean, if you look at a bully segment at the very end up to the flagpole, that's going to add at least 5 seconds or so. That's something we should account for, perhaps. But we'll take a look. We'll see if we can find it. Because, I mean, I guess partly it's that the level goes by so quickly, I just don't see a candidate for where that could be. This is a fun one to replay, which is why we're doing it, but keeping my eyes peeled for anything that resembles a yellow pipe, but I just don't see it anywhere. So it must have been something out of view. No. Well, it's a mystery. We'll have to go back to it some other time. But you see what I'm saying, right? Second room over there, it says SGDQ. It's not the thumbnail room. It's clearly some kind of bonus. And it makes a lot of sense that it would be something from Subworld through a yellow pipe into that room and then into a warp block perhaps above the logo? I don't know. I guess you out. But when clear check time is that far reduced, it's got to be a significant shortcut. It's got to be very significant. Wait, I want to take one more look. Because my clear time was well over 40 seconds, and It's not like, again, that I have much flexibility unless I was losing a lot of time with this first bully bounce at the beginning, which is one of the only points. I can check in level viewer, nah, but it's more fun to discover this way. Like, what's down here to the right side? Nothing. That's just... yeah. I mean, the solution to so many things in this game is check it in level viewer. We try not to do that. It's more fun to engage with this organically to see if it is something discoverable, or if it's merely just a clear checker's delight. So let's take a look at this. What's above the bully? Ceiling. Okay, that's not it. And obviously that's just going to be a crush, so... it can't be that early, though. I mean, you can kind of understand how... because this was part of a 5-level marathon, that a secret shortcut that is a significant shortcut actually does kind of make sense in the design. But the question is how significant, and we just don't see it. Very possibly it was just something just kind of vestigial from some prior test or draft, but I think it is a secret. It has to be. I just don't know if anybody would have discovered it other than whoever's holding the record currently. Who, for all we know, may have used the level meter. Do we see the pipe? No, we don't. We don't see it. Because we knock everything out. But how? Oh, nothing above the bully. I don't see it. Okay, we got it clear. We got it twice. Let's move on. We can mess around with that, or we can buy more time to build totally gratuitous flying machines. And I would rather build totally gratuitous flying machines. So, any users, you watched the SGDQ run and was thinking I might be a bit ambitious yesterday, saying that it would get Zelda in the second part of the stream. Yeah, because I know that even the super experts on the team that was mostly the Maker 1 veteran team and a Kaizo veteran team didn't get through this one here. However, 18 seconds, 1%, all the clear rates, we were told, were significantly inflated by the fact that the early players were the people internal to this group who had playtested and practiced earlier. We'll see how we do. We've definitely struggled with some of Josh Bone's creations before. So, and I don't remember the specifics of the level well enough from the stream. I just remember that this one was actually a pretty severe roadblock. And possibly we are being too ambitious. But we'll find out, and first of all, I'm going to plug in the code in the chat. Just for anybody who is coming in. Scorching Sands. The worst we've done so far in one of the levels in this set was, I think, the Goombud level took me about an hour 30 or an hour 40. Supernova's level was pretty close to that as well. Oh, this is the boot drop. Yeah, boot drop into the spike ball. That's right. And there are a few time-sensitive fire flower interactions here as well, which I actually do know I'm quite bad at. So, we'll figure it out. Because this has the don't land condition. But then where are we catching the boot? I see. You catch the boot before you land in the Goomba. You drop it on a note block. You catch the fire flower. You fire out of it. Yeah. And you'd need a little bit of momentum here to re-grab the boot and land on the spike ball. So we might be on this a while. We'll see. Panga is doing a race recap. Good to know. Hope you managed to grab Samuel's level. I presume he had to in order to do that. I know a lot of the runners were grabbing off of Samuel privately to get their video content in accordingly. Wow. You have to be pretty quick. We did get this far, but you need to get this far with Fire Flower to fire it. Something is going to pop out here, which allows me to stomp on it. And we'll have another boot over here, yeah. For something that has an 18-second record, you have to be a very quick reader on this one. Very, very quick. So... yeah, catch the boot and then swing right. That's what it is. Hang on. You can fire out of the boot, and that's what we should be doing, because we still need to land on a spike ball with the boot. In fact, if you fire with a Fire Flower at the correct timing, the spike ball is going to veer to the left and give you the landing location for the boot. So we do not jump into the boot until the marker tells us to, which requires me to follow instructions, which, for those of you joining us on the Zelda stream, you know how I am about doing that. Yeah, we don't have nearly enough momentum there. Have to crank it hard towards that spike ball once we reobtain the boot. Nope, don't want to jump out there. We want to be in the left position for the spike ball to roll to the left. Nope, wrong. We'll try it again. Actually, spike ball breaks it. Spike ball breaks it in time for me to just drop over here instead. I think I drop over here, and once I do, because I'm skipping out of the boot, I'm supposed to be caught by the claw. At the point that I'm caught by the claw, I fire using the Fire Flower, drop the Piranha. That gives me a landing point. Now, interestingly enough, perhaps this is not too time sensitive apart from re-grabbing the boot. Boot is going to bounce up here. We need to land from the claw back into the boot, swing right onto the spike ball, and then on top of the Piranha Plants. Okay, so it is time sensitive because the boot is going to bounce so much, but only going to bounce so much. I mean, the boot is going to bounce a few times, but it will expire and the timing might be thrown off for whether the spike ball remains available. So yeah, we do need to overshoot a little bit with that note block, I think. Facing left here is probably a mistake, but we'll see. Yeah, bad drop. We don't want too much of a jump out of that drop, I think. And our landing point is actually the Piranha. Target is Piranha, it's not on top of the spike ball that's spawning. We want to drop at a great height, in fact, just to get some uptime in the air. Give the boot plenty of room to bounce back. And then this is where we drop, and as you can see, we're a bit slow because the spike ball went left, but it should be tailing me to the right. Or maybe the first spike ball is supposed to tail that way. Now, obviously, the boot is supposed to bounce so we can get it back. Nope, to lay it on that one. Again, we want to do it from a certain height. So maybe we need to maintain that position until we can get a spike ball to this. But no, as long as we get up to the claw, we should be fine. We'll be dropping the boot straight up to the claw, I think. We'll see. We have to last a couple of seconds first, at the very least. So difficult to catch that a second time. It's almost like you need... Well, no, you definitely need to catch the boot in midair. It's just falling out of the claw. We need to veer pretty hard to the left, and it's hard to get a given position to do that. The arrows do give you the spike ball landing points, though. Too far to the right. Well, we'll see. It seems like you are supposed to bounce in this location. Hey, look at this bonus room. Secret bonus room for anybody who bothers to check it. It is a fire flower, okay. I don't know if any of these pipes are enterable. Doesn't look like it. I think this probably is just a thumbnail room by the looks of it. But we're going to see it anyway. See what this is. Boom boom. Nice to meet you. Well, this is the kind of thing that you get to discover when you are not a racer. Sheeps all over the place, and look at that, 1-ups for endless for those who need it. Kind of wonder what else we can discover here. Well, that was fun. We failed the condition, obviously. But yeah, because you're supposed to drop the boot here. So you do get one stomp after this piranha, I see. And then that's what allows you to get in position for the next spike ball to come up here instead. Because if you rest the boot on top of the block, maybe. No, because the bridge below would prevent it from falling onto the note block accurately. I wonder about this note block. I don't think this note block has anything to do with the boot. I think you drop the boot here and go up. You have to drop back into it as the block is breaking, so you can catch the boot in midair and land on a spike ball. It is that the spike ball breaks the block just as you land back in the boot, and then you make contact with the ball rather than with the block. And of course you have to remember to fire the fire flower out of that location. Like I said, despite watching the race stream, I am figuring out everything from scratch because things went by so quickly, and there were so many levels to look at. That's roughly, well, you have to remember to fire, of course, but the idea is that you need to drop back into it as the block expires, and then Once you touch the boot, you hang right, you hit the next spike ball, and then you hit a piranha after that. We forgot to fire, but otherwise that was actually correct. Other than that, that was correct. At this point, you're still supposed to have the boot. And then you're supposed to drop in from there, go up. And then what? We'll see. We'll see. But apart from forgetting to fire, that was actually the correct interaction. Let's not miss the boot on the way down, of course. Now let's try it again. Nope. We were losing a bit of height at that point anyway, relative to how well we usually do, so that was kind of a noticeable defect about that run as early as this early stop here. We forgot to hit that once again. And we'll see what to do after that. Because this level is a bit of a challenging read, just with so many interactions that are almost vertically stacked on each other and come in extremely quick succession. We've played some Josh Bones levels like that before, I think. Also in SMP 1 with this similar quick reading time that's required to get from one jump to the next. Boot was sent the wrong way. If it was displaced a little bit to the right, then I believe the spike ball would have kicked it to the right, and that's actually the interaction that we should have been going for. That when the spike ball does hit that from below, boot gets kicked. It might also be the facing direction of the boot, I'm not exactly sure. Regardless, there's some kind of subtlety there that we'll need to be aware of when the time comes. If we forgot to shoot once again. Yeah, if the boot is facing right, I think, then it's going to spring right. So we just need to not back off into that landing the way that I'm always so prone to doing, with my habit in Mario of kind of hedging on my landings. So we'll see how we do. We forgot to shoot once again. I guess I'm always trying to watch the boot positioning that we forget this very simple thing. You actually have to shoot on the way up because you can't hit this on the corner. Either that or you actually shoot on the way down. It's one of the two. Well, as long as we hit it. Nope, have to stomp on that. We'll see what feels more comfortable. Possibly we need to shoot on the way up just to make sure the piranha is in place. But mentally, there's quite a lot to track here at once. Yeah, actually, no, it has to be on the way up. On the way down, you just don't get a clean shot out of the claw drop. Unless you actually have to bounce off the spike ball first and then shoot. No, yeah. Yeah, like shoot and then land. Bounce off a spike ball, shoot and then land at the same time, and so. And it would be a short hop off of the piranha rather than something big. Yeah, I think you hop out of the spike ball first, otherwise you just don't get in position for the beginning of the shot. You're definitely not going to take that from the claw. So we were actually inadvertently doing it right all along up to that point. And we'll see if we can progress. Nope. And your shot has to be accurate. You can't shoot the piranha, you have to shoot the block. Well, even though it failed the condition, this might be something that I can do. You're supposed to get the Shellman at that point, but I'm not exactly sure how. Seems like it's kind of a backwards jump towards the Buzzy, but I'm not quite clear on how that's going to work. That actually was an opportunity to practice, though. Just that the Buzzy wakes up, and if it wakes up, then you probably lose the intended interaction. It's going to be short bounce here. It is going to be jumping up towards the coin and kicking the Buzzy to the left. Possibly, I guess I'm going to reclaim out of that. Bounce up to the spiny hat at that point, but it's a hard read for sure. Without knowing quite what's coming. Again, short bounce. We know that. It's just a hard thing to keep in mind on such a moment's notice. Wrong way. It is the boot facing direction, I believe. That is what matters here. And that's a miss. Very high choke potential on that particular shot. Like many of the things we've been talking about in other levels in this batch, something that makes for a bit of a spectator moment. We also kind of have to hold jump all the way to the last minute just to sustain enough airtime to get to that landing on the piranha, I think. And that or our angle was maybe just a little too sharp. But we'll try it. And we'll learn it. Nope, it's a miss. However, we can try to learn it from here. Yeah, you have to jump out of that. Maybe it's a jump forward that hits the Buzzy and gets you up to the spiny shell in a single motion, heading upward diagonal to the right. Nope, too high. And again is a short bounce coming out of that. Okay, once again, there's a miss. That's okay, it's the kind of miss that you can practice out of. Apart from Buzzy waking up. Yeah, it looks like you get quite close to the platform. Diving out of the claw hard right with the boot. Getting as close in as you can vertically and doing a single diagonal forward jump that hits both the Buzzy and the spiny head. That is what it looks like. And then perhaps the Buzzy will give you a deflection off the left side wall that gives you the next sensible platform to land on, which we would still have to see. So, and then the spiny hat is going to have some interaction with the thwomp, which I believe is going to drop the next boot. If I've read that correctly. Too high a shot once again. But yeah, you do shoot at that point and then short bounce out of Piranha. And you have to be pretty quick after that. Early interactions here are feeling a lot more natural, at least. No, you gotta... Oh, I see. You hit the shell, you actually bounce off the shell to the spiny head. Because you can't gain enough height just off the boot exit alone to get up to spiny. It's the shell deflection that gives you a bit of additional height. It's going to be a very specific angle. Nope. Swing. Maybe you shouldn't drop off a swing. Maybe it is just a direct drop down below. I'm not exactly sure. Too late. Again, a little too late. We didn't have that problem earlier, so I don't know why we're starting now, but I'm trying to fix it. Nope. Bad move, obviously. Base to boot and right. Drop down and whack the Piranha. Yeah, we've been consistently late here recently. Don't know why it is I've been backing off on that, probably. Just thinking a little too far ahead for now, in terms of what needs to be done next. That's a little bit too early now. I mean, there's a very clear point at which the boot is springing up, that we should actually drop at the point that the spike ball makes contact. Too late on a shot, but of course that's because I've been trying to clean up that first bounce after having some regression on it in recent attempts. Nope. Yeah, you do still need a high jump going at that shot. That's the thing, like, it's adjusting to a short bounce on that Piranha is no trivial feat. Because you need to maintain height going in a shot, but then you need a short bounce immediately after. It's such a specific button sequence. Okay. We missed a head. At that point, you're supposed to hit the thwomp with a spiny hat and grab the boot. Yeah, that's what it is. progress steadily. And it does look as though this one is going to be, as we feared, one of the larger undertakings here, but... And Piranha Shot. Something that we'll probably be encountering much more. Nope, high bounce please. Let's just skip ahead. We don't have a Fire Flower though. Yeah, we missed the Spiny Hat, but it seemed like we were pretty close to reaching it, just fell a little bit under it in terms of height, so... No, once again, need to maintain full height until we land a Piranha. Very difficult trick. Nope. Because you have to mentally not get too scrambled when it comes to which button you're releasing at which time. Nope. Caught the boot a little earlier than expected, which is why we're slightly thrown off over there. We need to get in the habit of getting a nice high bounce into the Piranha Shot and sustaining it, which, again, is one of those release Y while holding V interactions that I struggle with constantly. As we've been saying almost at every level where that is relevant. Doesn't feel natural to me at all, so... Nope, didn't drop accurately. Miss. Miss again. Well, we'll see. Once again, too early. Again, high bounce off the spike ball. Release Y and only Y to get the shot nice and high. Buy ourselves as much time as possible to adjust into the short bounce off the Piranha into the claw. And the nature of the claw drop is still unknown to me, but I assume it should ideally be instant. I mean, we can practice it here. Yeah, because if you swing too far to the right there, the drop isn't going to give you a very good angle, I think. I don't know if we should be swinging that claw. I actually have my doubts. Yeah, because you ride the claw out right immediately. Drop down with the boot. Well, we'll see how that jump out of the boot is going to look, but basically, you hold jump from that point on, land at a mecha, mecha gets you up to the swamp, Spiny Hat should hit the swamp, drop the boot. We know how it's supposed to look up to that point, up to next boot drop, but actually doing it. Well, that's the entire game, so we'll see if we can. Nope. Once again, very easy to just get into the habit of letting up to fire the fire flower rather at the peak of the jump rather than in the middle of your way up, which is what it should be. Yeah, because it's so easy to assume that the moment at which you fire is also going to be the maximum point of the jump. It's absolutely not the case here. You fire on your way up. It's very tricky. And I think you have to be quite conscious of the buttons that you were keying in at that point. But yeah, we'll get back to that. Definitely that piranha shot has been challenging, not just in terms of accuracy, but just in terms of surviving the jump afterwards. Still don't really have a series of clean attempts on the Buzzy Shell immediately afterwards. Nope, high bounce, we didn't switch that gracefully enough. At that point, the other thing that's time sensitive is position of the Mecha Koopa. You only have so much time before it is completely out of position, so I have to assume, being a speedrunner's level, that we should get off the claw as quickly as possible. The rate on this one was above 1% when it came in, but again, inflated by early clears from existing playtesters and fellow makers who are involved in this set. As well as, of course, by this point, the racers themselves redoing these levels on the online copies, the live copies. As their own recap content. Too high. Got the shot accurately that time, but the timing didn't feel correct. You know, just killing that completely is fine if we manage to fall into the claw, perhaps. But I don't know if we can. The bounce of piranha is going to be necessary. But if you drop the piranha completely, I wonder if you can just sail right over it. It's too unreliable to plan around, though, I think. I have to assume that it's going to be a short bounce over the piranha as plan A. So we'll try it again. See if we can make some improvements. Nope, not quite. Again, didn't sustain enough of a jump there, but you can't make contact with the piranha too early when you're swinging to the right, otherwise it will definitely, even with a short bounce, send you up to the icicle. That was right, and we just didn't hold right into that in order to successfully landed a claw, but that's actually the best timing we've had on a shot itself. The early segment up to the drop off the claw is getting a little more consistent, at least. Claw drop does still leave much to be desired. That's a 289 seconds. That should be about the halfway point. It's 11 seconds in, and of course we're not exactly optimizing anything. Although we're going about as fast as the level demands of us, I don't know there's going to be much flexibility anyway. Unless there was some additional speed trick. So, we can take solace in knowing that we're roughly halfway. Since they were part of the second half marathon finale in the relay, the last 5 levels were intentionally shorter in scope than the ones coming before them. It doesn't mean that the actual time spent will be any less, of course, given just how much the execution challenge has been cranked up over a shorter burst than before. Still late. Okay. Nope, missed. But yeah, no, that's the jump. You hit the shell, you land on a shell, you hit the buzz, you land on a mecha, mecha sends you up to the swamp, swamp drops to boot. And then we have to see what that diagonal track after that is. I guess at that point you're still assumed to have the fire flower, and so that would be it, but we don't necessarily see what the firing target is going to be, so we'll have to get back there and find out after many more attempts on the early part here. Drop nice and early, perhaps. Oops. That's it, we just came in a little bit low. Came in slightly low. And the mecha at that point is too far to the left, so too much of a claw swing. We have to go instantly. Because the mecha is definitely within spawning range by the time you get there. So. Yeah. You land on a claw, you drop immediately off the claw, I think. It's got to be. And then at least you have a bit of rightward momentum that's residual from the claw entry to begin with. Still a little late on that drop. Again, we should just drop directly onto that block. I don't know why I'm still overshooting a bit when we know that the spike ball is going to kick it further for me. That time the boot was facing to the right side, but the boot does have to land then on the right half. So it's not the facing direction, it is where it lands on the block. In terms of I was going to get kicked, which is probably why we're slightly overcompensating here. Okay, if we grabbed the hat there, that actually would have been perfect. We just missed a hat. Again, we're backing off a little too much. I think we should have held right into that and things would have lined up accurately. That's a pretty significant breakthrough, though. Yeah, the instant claw drop has to be the way to do it. In fact, fixes the angle that we need to get up to the Buzzy, because it gives you the correct momentum that this was designed around. Once again, that shot's going to feel a little bit rough. We'll get back there and do it, though. We have the whole seesaw ending ahead of us. Don't know how that's going to go. Too high. That was a short bounce too, it's just that we made contact with the piranha too soon. Nope. It means the shot is probably late. We're making contact with piranha too soon because the fire is dropping it too late. We're trying to fire a bit earlier now, as you can see, but that is a bit of an overcompensation. Yeah, that icicle is in a pretty rough position. It's a very rough icicle. Still don't quite know what to do with it. I mean, we've made that before, many times. But perhaps we're veering a little too far to the right before we've actually made it to the short bounce. We'll just try it again. And see if we can make that correction in a way that will eventually become reliable. Nope. Again, now we're shying away from it a little bit, not hanging right far enough, but it just seems like I need to gain more height prior to landing on a piranha. That seems to be a vertical rather than horizontal issue. In terms of holding a full jump into that. Yeah, we're just sinking down towards it too early, perhaps. I thought it was holding a full jump into that, but I could be quite mistaken about that. That was correct, we just exited a claw too late. It has to be an immediate exit, preserving forward momentum. Shot completely with that time. Well, there's got to be at least a halfway point at this point, so... Which just means we'll be doing the first half quite a lot. Much too early now. Yeah, it's hard to find that sweet spot where the projectile and the jump have to line up properly. Yeah, now we're definitely shooting too early, and it is the hardest thing about a level so far, is that plant dropping shot. Spent quite some time just working up to it. And we'll work up to it some more. Late claw drop. That was otherwise correct. Need to be very instinctive about some of these maneuvers. Kind of a bad bounce that time off of collecting the boot. Nope, too far to the left. We kind of saw that coming. That it was positioned on the left half that time. Nope, too late. That could also be much better. We leaned too far to the right. We were supposed to hit the shell to get up to the spiny shell. We just haven't sorted that out yet from lack of practice, but that is technically the best attempt we've had so far. Yeah, bad angle coming out of the boot towards this fuzzy head. Shooting much too early. Just don't have that very well practiced yet. Because I'm so concerned about maintaining height and the overall curvature of the jump as well. Whoops. Getting back to that may take some time. Nope, too late on a drop. Has to be instant. Just don't have a habit of that yet. Once again, much too far. We're always so concerned about dropping the boot slightly to the right side. On the right half, rather, of the brick. That is throwing off quite a few things. Overall, this has been a story of overcompensating in either direction. At that point, things are steadily getting cleaner. It's just that particular obstacle that has been a very serious roadblock. Yeah, at least the reading side of the challenge is out of the way up to that point, and we're steadily better practice up until the buzzy hit, which again we still haven't practiced good angle on yet. Nope, missed. We kind of have to hang left on that jump, but the exact curvature is still unknown to me. Because we haven't actually successfully worn the spiny hat even once. coming in a bit too low. We are supposed to hop off that shell towards the spiny head and land at a mecha immediately, so we know that, we just haven't been able to do it. That was correct, we just were too far on the right. That Buzzy. In fact, I think that diagonal track implies that we should be hanging left on a jump up to the Buzzy. That we have to hit the Buzzy on the right, but we should be hanging left as we do it. It cuts some of the horizontal momentum that we have up to that point. I was wondering about the diagonal track, but I'm increasingly certain that that's what it's telling me. That the exact nature of the jump out of the boot is just not something we've managed to do yet. Figure out. But we will go back there and try to sort it out to the best of our ability. Not something simple, but we'll get there. Yeah, this is likely to wind up standing as one of the hardest ones to set of our current rate of progress. Didn't it go by too soon in that jump. I find it very astonishing that the lowest clear rate by some margin on the live levels right now is actually on the Naboo's Yoshi level, which is at about 0.7 or something. And maybe a lot of the general public that would be struggling with the levels just isn't this far in the set, for all we know. Well, at least we're mostly consistent about getting back to that point, I say, as I missed the first boot. Nope, awful angle, awful drop. Much too soon. Nope, I saw that the boot had landed very clearly on the left half that time. That was not going to go. And of course, that is an overcompensation. Well, we could be doing much, much better. Than what we have thus far been able to demonstrate. Perfect. So at that point, yes, we have gotten to the point of firing. We drop, then we're out of the boot, we hit that shell and we bounce off of it. After bouncing off that shell, we should have continued to practice because then we're still wearing Spiny Hat and Firefly at that point. We'll be able to hit the Koopa and see the seesaw interaction after that point, so that was the best attempt. And the first time, we managed to get the spiny shell, so at last, things are looking quite a bit rosier. just didn't see the flower pattern for flower plus boot jump in time. Next Z marker for the boot jump. Boot exit is very close to the ground. At that next location. We're getting out of it at a minimum range. And it's likely to fail the condition many times before we can actually do it properly, but plenty of time to aim back towards that. Now, shoot. Wait, hang on. When we come down, we shoot. No. We shoot. Like, how do we even do that? Because if we exit a boot, is it the idea that we... And the boot isn't going to bounce over to this, so what is even hitting this? Like, what even gets me there? Unless it's a second thing that I bounce on top of. There was a second mecha in there, I didn't actually use it. It seems like we're supposed to fire this, bounce on something, and then at this moment get a drop that gives you a shell, and then you bounce on top of the buzzy. Then you continue. We should practice the last second there by jumping out of the boot towards the Koopa to simulate jumping off the buzzy shell that's projected. But because we do need to practice. We'll see. We'll see in a good chunk of this. That's incorrect. But yeah, you land on the second mecha to get the boot shot. And again, I think it's going to be a very full jump where you lean all the way to the right. What's going on with that thwomp down below, then? How do you activate that intentionally? And the Z marker is placed that far to the left of the note block that drops the buzzy. How is it exactly we're dropping the buzzy? And at that point is still unclear to me. Missed it. Nope, hit the wall. You really can't hit the wall. You have to drop off the claw without making contact, because that just drops you off too sharply. Correct. But we have no boot. We didn't land the boot accurately. But we saw that... I see. You release the ice. The coin drop hits this. That's why it's safe to exit the boot in this area as long as you're holding right all the way. And you have to get all the way over this column. Getting over that column is going to be the challenge next, because it's going to be an extremely close shave. Get over it. Yeah, that's why the Z is to the left, is because it's not a boot that's going to drop on top of the note block that spawns the buzzy shell. It is actually the coin drop from the fire flower. Once again, we missed a boot. Previously, we didn't have problems getting the boot if I hit the thwomp from below with a spiny head, though, so I didn't actually see why that failed that time. Possibly killed the boot from below. But aren't you supposed to? Like, if you kill the boot from below, knock out the Goomba. I didn't actually see what happened because I was too busy focused on the next obstacle. Oops. Too late. Nope. Yeah, I had to be quick about that. I think I know. I need a full jump all the way up to the thwomp that also hits the boot and kills the Goomba. Because we weren't quite doing a full jump. We didn't manage to get it. Because the jump off the mecha while wearing the spiny head can't just cut through the thwomp. It has to cut through the thwomp and the Goomba in Karibo's shoe above that, so... Nope. Not a very good exit from the claw that time. Not a very good entrance to the claw in the first place. Again, still trying to work at that timing consistently. I'm gonna drop it on this thing here. Nope. Yeah, that's still a point of inconsistency, obviously, as we try to get into spiny head. It is the major roadblock of this level so far. Nope, too far to the left. But you do a full jump into that shell, there's actually plenty of opportunity to reposition yourself to land on top of the Buzzy Shell and go for the helmet immediately after that. There's actually plenty of time to adjust your direction, either left or right. That's something we should learn to take advantage of eventually. Oh, poor adjustment. Yeah, because previously, when using the spiny hat to leap all the way up to the thwomp plus some boots, we were able to get the boot without really thinking about it. And you don't have time to think about it. There's too much of a power-up state change at that time, and too much else potentially obstructing the screen, so... you really don't have an opportunity to think about it. You just have to kind of assume that you pick up the boot and roll with it. And whether we pick up the boot or not is just something we find out the hard way. Now, the coin drop didn't happen that time. Because it has to be POW plus coin drop, which means we'd have to get within thwomp range. How do you get within thwomp range? I guess you come down here, fire a shot, thwomp drops, and you jump into the boot here? Yeah, no, because you need to shoot, and the thwomp has to do the coin drop for you. How do we activate the thwomp? I guess if you're sort of right down here within 2 tiles. No, because you're above the thwomp at that point. You basically have to come in below. You basically have to do the fire flower shot coming all the way below. have no idea how you make that jump then. Because there doesn't seem like something additional that you can bounce on after that point. And that's a huge leap. Yeah, because the thwomp activation after melting the ice is absolutely necessary. I don't see how we can get it close enough to trigger it. The mecha. The mecha, that's what it is. The mecha gets you out here, and you get enough momentum to go forward, like that. And then there's another fire shot over the top seesaw bridge that then drops another boot. Perfect. We missed a fire shot here, but that was the best attempt yet. You get the fire shot, you drop the boot at that point. The 30 coin is something that you land on that then gets you up to catching the boot and dropping the boot once again, which gives you a chomp to land on. But then the chomp, you would have to land on it while holding the boot, so how exactly you get the boot there if you're dropping it? As you're dropping it, you're basically regaining it as the boot comes up. Then, with the boot, you stop on the chomp, you get over to the flag. Okay. Best attempt yet. We need to get a fire shot up top. Yeah, the disabled mecha down below is the key to this. In terms of where we jump to activate the thwomp and get enough upward momentum getting into the next boot exit, because you're basically moving up towards that said, not falling towards it, which is what solves a bit of a mystery that we had described earlier. Well, if that's sorted out, at least we're kind of past the vast majority of the knowledge checks here. In the Koopa and Bomb Seesaw segment currently, I don't have a good sense of what the requirement is in terms of accuracy, like what we need to do in terms of the bomb kick, because we just haven't had a chance to read that, but it seems like we did everything correct up to missing the fire shot on top. Now, we do need something to land on after that, so possibly there was something like a bomb kick direction that would matter there that we just haven't seen in action yet, but we'll get back there and we'll see what that is all about. Hang on, let's redo this attempt. Yeah, and that one too. That's okay. We have much of this sorted out all of a sudden. It's been a huge burst of progress. Although, of course, this element here, that specific shot, has been a persistent roadblock. But it seems like we have most of the knowledge from that point sorted out. We just kind of need to play instinctively and aim for the major blocks and coins that we hit along the way, but a lot of it felt like pretty smooth sailing. We don't quite know about that boot drop in the seesaw segments yet. But yeah, it's like something similar where it's going to be boot drop on a spring. Yeah. And then we'll see how the landings on a chomp are actually going to work. Because there's a little bit of uncertainty there with the ending in terms of how that's going to function. Because you drop the boot spawns a chomp, chomp goes to the right, you get back in the boot, but then it seems like you probably have to hang very far right to land on a chomp in a position where it's being projected upwards towards you. Nope, too late on the exit. I didn't expect to get into claw that time, that's why. It's okay, we'll get back to it. Wasn't sure about the boot positioning that time anyway, since it seemed like it had landed pretty much dead center. Miss. Again, we do kind of need to hang left. And stop hanging left once we make contact with the shell so we can properly aim for the spiny head above. That's wrong, because we need to kick the second Koopa to the right, so that actually matters. That's why there's a right arrow over there. Our landing on the second Koopa matters to kick it into position, and that was previously something I didn't have to think about, although maybe we're doing it wrong to begin with, until the attempt that was successful. That's probably why we didn't see what was going on there previously. We probably had many attempts where I kicked the second Koopa to the left without realizing that I needed it. The second mecha, rather. But now we do understand what's going on with it. We need to be careful about that kick because it is a failure point that I hadn't thought about previously. So we just need to land very well into that mecha then. And then plan for the fire shot after that. Nope, we missed a shot. Everything else is fine. I was wondering about what was going on with what I can hit to get the 30 coin, but we did finally see that resolved. It's just that because my eyes were on that, we missed a shot. But again, that was one of the best attempts. And things are feeling closer now. Certainly the landing on the bomb was making me a little bit uneasy since it seemed like we were extremely close to making seesaw contact. Dangerously close. I see now what's going to give me the landing point towards the 30 coin, and we should just not worry about it. It's the boot drop in that segment that does concern me slightly. Miss. Felt off center, but we got it. A nice goom split at the beginning. subtlety of this level that we hadn't really had much occasion to think about since it happened so early and isn't really the thing you notice. It's mostly just there to give you the goom. It spawns to the right, that gives you the next jumping off point. Too far to the left, overcompensating for one of our earlier mistakes. Okay, hit this Koopa. Nope, jumped out of the boot too early. I felt late on the flower shot, although we did manage to melt it before the coin drop. But because of that, we reacted a bit poorly to where my position was when exiting the boot, and that blew the attempt. If we can get them more consistently, we can get this. Just takes a little practice to work at the most common mistakes. So yeah, last knowledge check really that remains is the last boot drop in the level. The timing of that is still a bit unknown to me. We missed. Or rather, we didn't activate the thwomp that time. I think we didn't get close enough when landing on Mecha down below. Horizontally, we didn't get close enough within that column. Which is not a mistake I expected to make. Too late. Great. Great. No. How are we supposed to get over that? We don't go over it. We land on a 30 coin, we hang right, straight towards the boot. We drop and go upwards. We drop and go upwards, but then... How? But how? Like, if we're coming down here, boot comes down, we catch the boot immediately. Catch the boot immediately. And we drop the boots as we go. But then how do we land on top of the chomp? What's going on there? That's why that's the remaining knowledge check. There's so many things going on there, it's a challenge to read until the earlier interactions become a habit. Mecha went the wrong way. And yeah, the second landing on the Mecha, on the second Mecha, when it's disabled, it has to be on its right side to guarantee that we get within range of the thwomp. You hit it once from the left, you hit it once from the right. And that gives you comfortable positioning to work with. We managed to get a fire shot to drop the boot this time. That was the first time I'd done it, so it took a moment to react and see what was going on. Seems very ambitious to put this level as part of the finale set, but of course one of the teams did manage to navigate through it in more or less the allotted time. How are we supposed to do that? Like, if we drop the boot here... I mean, are we supposed to go over? We never did collect the 30 coin below, so we just never dropped onto it properly, so... What's going on there? Yeah, because you can't go over the way we're doing, which means there's a short bounce that I've been accidentally doing as a long bounce, and we need to figure out what that is. It's actually so hard to see because there's so much else to focus on in that moment within the same column. Nope. Drop Mega straight down. We did need to kick it instead. Yeah, we just need to see that interaction a little bit more to understand what's going on there, because I just don't know how we're dropping the boot and yet maintaining the momentum to keep it all the way to the chomp stomp. That gets you over to the ending. Wrong. Well, how does one even do it then? Correct. Correct. Good. You have to get the shot. Is that a second landing that you need to do down low onto 30 coin then? Is it just short bounces all the way? I don't know. You clearly can't go above. Or maybe you can, and we just didn't gain enough height to do so. Currently, I'm not collecting the 30 coin. It's clearly some kind of marker for a lower path, like a second bounce, that we need to do below when letting the boot do its job and spawn to chomps. Oops, hit the wall there. First time we've made that mistake. On what is one of the simpler elements in this convoluted layout. But yeah, I don't see the path so far. I don't think I'm able to reverse engineer it yet, just by looking at it. Because this is a very indication-based level in some ways, where you kind of have to trust the positioning. Simply because there isn't enough information to just instantly solve the level by looking when it comes to the pathfinding. There's a lot you have to trust to make it happen. Too early. We're never quite going to get the ideal bounce out of that. Yeah, we really needed to figure out the pathfinding in the ending. Whoops, missed a shot. Starting to get a bit slippery here, perhaps. Well, we'll see, because we have most of this resolved. It's really just the last bounce, and I think we can do that, and we just need to worry about the accuracy of the chop landing afterwards. We're fine, but there is that one knowledge check, which is the last boot. Wrong. Well, you kind of need to curve right to left into that buzzy shell. There we go. Correct. And nope, we accidentally slapped that with the spiny shell as we cut right through it. Trying to overcompensate in my effort to ensure that we kick it to the right side. Wrong. Just a little bit too low. Didn't quite bend to the left there too, along the ascent. Wrong. We're making fewer of those mistakes, but they do still exist. And of course, the choke potential remains very high across the board. Miss. It's okay, I'm not as concerned about that as I was when I was learning it. That whole 30 coin segment at the end, I have no idea what the pattern is supposed to look like just from a blind read. We'll probably have to die there quite a few times to sort that out. Yes, it seems like there is going to be some kind of short bounce there that we're currently mistakenly doing as a high jump. I just don't see it yet. Or how the boot is going to be preserved. Okay, better. Oh, no, missed the fire shot. Just had the wrong button onto mine when I was supposed to take a shot. It had been a while since I'd gotten back there, of course, to do that properly. Nope. Didn't quite get the angle that time either. Well, I've got most of it sorted out. Just a matter of getting enough attempts into the finale now and to really study it. And figure out that missing piece of our movement pattern. Salvaged that from a little bit of inaccuracy just now, but only for so long. Anyway, let's hit that. No, not quite. Again, we have to bend left. And I believe that's what the track is telling me, but we occasionally forget. Came in a little bit low, but at least we did make contact, which is an improvement on some of the most recent attempts. There we go. Nope, missed. Okay, let's check this anyway. So, if you hit the shell down below, the boot will have dropped at that point, and I basically cut through the boot. and then I get off the boot. But if I get back on the boot, how do I have upward momentum to get over to the chomp? Is it that the boot pushes me up when I land it while it's in the middle of its upward movement? Let's observe that. No, we don't, because we fall into it, right? If that were the case, we would have observed it here in this earlier interaction, where we have the boot drop. Basically, if you fall into the boot, you would need to land on a chomp after that and gain enough height to move on from there, but we don't really see that because... Well, I mean, we have to see what the timing is like in relation to the chomp spawning from the penultimate note block there at the end. Anyway, this is the correct interaction. So previously we hadn't gotten to 30 coin. That time we missed a shot as well because I was too busy trying to watch the shell position. Yeah, I think we just land on a shell below and hang as far right as possible on the drop. And we just haven't put those pieces together to see what the coordination is between the boot drop up above and the shell down below, because we've never gotten the pieces to line up properly in even our best attempts. So that is something we'll need to sort out. Nope, haven't made that mistake in quite some time. For the most part, we have timings down without really having to think about them in the early part of the level, but, you know, occasionally mistakes will happen, like that one, often. For the most part, though, I have the early part of the level on autopilot, just from so much repetition. But of course, now that we're very self-conscious about it, we're starting to flip the critical moment at the midpoint. Once again, like we had warned about many times, yeah, in the past. Now we're dropping a little bit too early, so let's try to get back to that pocket of timing that we had found consistently for so many attempts. And restore some of our progress up to that point. Good. Good. No, smack the ceiling. That was excellent up to that point. Then, second that we made that mistake. Too late. When it flows smoothly, it flows really smoothly. There's a satisfying thing about mastering this one is that you can tell when you're doing well. You can really tell in your hands when things are going splendidly. And also when they're going badly. It's rewarding in a very tactile way when you get the bounces to line up. Anyway, let's try to get that once again. Coming in a little bit too low, and again we have to remember to bend left. Nope, way too late in that. Well, we'll get there slowly. It is closing in on the collecting Goomba, where the Goombud level is the one that is taking me the longest. I kind of expected that to be the case from the footage of it when I saw. Oh, we missed a shot. But how do we do that? Because the boot is falling at a time. The boot is going to have bounced already. I see. Ice block drops the boot. Boot gets the first bounce. Why are we exiting at the point though? Like you jump out to Koopa, you're going to intercept the boot. And you have to drop it immediately upon the interception. Why? How does that get you over to Chomp? When a Chomp has, at that point, already dropped. How does that work? Because it sustains you briefly in the boot until the Chomp gets into position, perhaps. Like it's basically a delay. And then you're going to have a Chomp hopefully give you enough height at that point. Like, basically, it's a waiting mechanism, I guess, where you intercept the boot, you drop it immediately, you wait for a Chomp to come over, and then when you reclaim the boot, you're able to hang right to land on a Chomp and hopefully gain enough height to project yourself all the way upwards. Yeah, you drop the boot, you land back towards it, and then hope the Chomp stop gets you where you need to go. Nope. I see what's happening there is that we are too late on hitting the second mecha, and if you're too late, and then it's an immediate drop down below because you're hitting it from behind. You're not kicking it for it any longer. Because it actually does turn around at that point in this pattern, so there is a bit of a time limit on hitting the second mecha, even if you do manage to make contact in the correct direction. So you can't have too much airtime there either. We had a little bit of a delay. So that's why we were doing the instant mecha drop there earlier. That's a sign that we are too late on hitting that one after its spawn, which has happened pretty early. Pretty much as soon as you get to the claw, I think, that's when you think about the mecha's already getting in motion. No, hit the wall. We're hitting a wall because I am leaving the boot in a poor position. I'm leaving it too high up. And we're not getting the ideal arc to get us over. That's why the Z marker is placed so low, in fact. That you do hit the ceiling if you leave the boot too late. You can't just ride it out for as long as possible to get as far as possible. That's a small error correction that we should have been aware of already, so. Well, as long as we get the ice shot, I know in theory what the ending should look like, but we have to see the timing to see whether there are any surprises with the positioning at the end. Because it's the timing of the Chomp's position relative to everything we're doing with the boot at the very end of the level that I still don't actually know because we haven't seen it. Missed a shot. But you're clearly supposed to intercept the boot here, drop it. It will have already spawned a Chomp from its first bounce, I think. But we don't know. We don't know at what point relative to the ice shot it is going to be intercepted. Oh, too far to the left there. I've made that mistake before. Nope, too far to the left. I was trying to anticipate the mecha positioning down below, and it was a big whiff. Nope. Sailed right over that, hanging too far to the left after making contact. That's also a mistake we had seen before in that precise form. Now we're, once again, slightly overcorrecting. Well, we'll get there. We're very close, and we've been very close for a while, so... I'm not worried about our prospects of clearing this. But of course we still have one level to go after this one too, and so... Missed a boot completely that time. That actually has not happened before. Yeah, because the boot just dropped into my left, we just overshot it. Usually we don't have to think too hard about whether the boot is going to be claimed. We just run into it quite smoothly. We'll have to try that once again. Whoops. Yeah, the more attempts we can get on the ending, the better. Because we really do need to see the final timing, we just haven't. Okay, good. Good. Still okay. Missed a shot. I'm not sure about this now. Like, basically, let's say we intercept, we drop, and you need to fall into a chomp. You hit a chomp in this position then, as it's bouncing over. Hit a chomp in this position, that gives you enough height to go over. That's what it is. But of course we need to remember to fire shot, we just missed it completely that time, again. Too focused on the positioning down below. Okay. Fire shot. No. We're shooting that, and because of that we're not dropping in quickly enough to get a nice slow bounce that catches the boot. We're sailing right over. We can't sail over. We have to go down from below. And so when I try to get a fire shot, we're holding into a high bounce that I should not be doing. Nope, wrong way. Yeah, pretty much every time we've unlocked the ice there at the end, we've been getting the erroneous high bounce taking me all the way around. Unless it's not erroneous and we're just supposed to do that to drop into the boot from above, but Yeah, because the reason that we haven't been collecting the 30 coin is if we were hitting the shell too early. But a 30 coin then is not actually necessary. It's a target point, but if we're too early on it, it's fine, as long as we can get enough height to go all the way around a seesaw up top, drop into the boot, and do this kind of vertical stall on top of it. So, no, maybe we don't intercept the boot from below. We do, in fact, go around the top and just make sure we get around that ledge. And we can do so a little more intentionally. And maybe the position will repair itself. And that's the current consideration. And we'll have to go back there to see if it works the way I expect. Not so much. Yeah, we definitely had no chance of finishing the set yesterday. All in one stream. We'll see how we do with today's. Whether it will be time to run this as a double stream as per my original ambition. I'm beginning to harbor a few doubts depending on how the last level goes. Nope. Not quite. We need to fix that up. Here we go. That is correct. It looks like it is doable from down below. We're just missing the shell. But there's so much going on there. And the exact nature of the positional correction is still eluding me. Because there's so much to keep track of at once. Very quickly. Nope, needed to get to the right. I mean, I still don't even know if we need to do anything different with the way we're hitting that bomb, because we just haven't looked at what it does in order to trigger the next launcher interaction. I haven't really had the attention to spare for it. Yeah, I think at this point this is unambiguously the most difficult one of the set. Because it's also very short, which means that, you know, the trickiness of it is in large part a result of how quick the reaction times have to be when everything is packed into such a small space. Whereas some of the previous levels that we'd spent an extremely long time on, notably those by Quack and Supernova, had multiple fairly extensive segments that each had her own individual roadblocks. This one, at this point, is the one we spent the longest on, and is in total one of the shortest levels, which, again, this tells you that the difficulty, moment to moment, is fairly dense. But of course, we've been fairly consistent about this early material too, as I fail at the halfway mark yet again. Just at this point, we still don't have a clean attempt at the ending. Kick it to the right. No. Are we late on that when it's already reversing position? I'm not sure. We might not have made contact in the right location. Previously didn't have that problem, but we also don't want to undershoot it to the point that we miss completely. No, too late. On claw drop. Wasn't a very good position getting into that claw to begin with. Nice and early on. The piranha melt. Sounds like a sandwich, the piranha melt. Like a tuna melt, but deadlier. Okay. Nope. What's all this ice doing in the desert anyway? Correct. Correct? No. I don't understand that bounce. I think we're supposed to bounce off of it high. And just make sure we don't make contact with the seesaw up above, the way that we've mistakenly doing on a couple of other occasions where we just kind of hit that top ledge. If we're heading to that seesaw from below, we just need to make sure we aim far enough to the right that we don't make contact with the corner as we drop into the boot, and then drop into the boot again. I'm completely missing that 30 coin, but maybe that's a sign that I need to hang right on that jump as hard as possible. And that if I do, then perhaps collecting it would be accurate. Anyway, still plenty left to do here. Yeah, we could be doing quite a lot better. There comes a point in your regression through any kind of difficult content, not just Mario Maker, where you start feeling risk of regressing. I think it has to be it. We're not veering right enough because we're kind of overcorrecting, but basically if you land on that shell fearlessly and just get up to the top corner, then maybe to drop will line up. But I just don't know. Like I don't know what the nature of this second bounce is supposed to be. But missing the 30 coin seems to be a hint that, at the very least, we're not hanging right aggressively enough to get where we need to go without failing the condition up top. So, lots left to figure out. Kind of stopped at dead center. It's not the way to do it. Nope, that's not gonna go. Yeah, that wasn't a very good claw entry. I could kind of tell that was headed for disaster. Fairly early on in that sequence. I'm sure that even once we figure out the correct series of interactions at the ending there, it's going to take me a few attempts to actually fully sort out, so... Nope. Dropping the piranha much earlier does resolve that, so we don't land on it too high. There we go. Correct. Let up on a jump way too much. I was letting up on a jump to try to avoid the ceiling because I thought we had a bit of a late departure off the boot. That was, again, clearly overcompensating. First time we've made that mistake, specifically. Because usually I make that landing just fine. Even with a controlled jump. There we go. I was a little concerned about my positioning. Nope, missed a shot. Yeah, let's assume full jumps all the way across and fully to the right all the way across. Could be that jumps are simpler than I take them for. Again, we have to get the Mega Kick. It's not always clear to me when a Mega Kick will fail. But we need to hang right into it. I think my facing direction might make a difference, but I'm not sure. Nope. That icicle. That icicle means business. Maybe it's there, partly to constrain the player's timing. So spending too much airtime there doesn't throw off any of the spawns that happen later at this point with the megas. Nope, we missed. We missed. That was too low a shot. Well, this may take a while. No, jumped out of the boot too late, and I was a little scrambled there because I thought I was about to miss a shot yet again. Bad exit. Whoops. Up we go. You can totally go over it. The problem is that I missed a boot on the way down because you kind of need to curve back towards it. Here's the thing. We know we can get enough height to get around this. Problem is that I came in too low. I think maybe I'm even supposed to hit this wall and just drop straight down. Because that would correct my position. Otherwise, if we're over here, we'd need to curve back down. We just need to hold the fullest jump possible and hope to hit the wall then. Because the straight drop is not going to be trivial. However, we've confirmed that we are able to get around a seesaw up top, and that is probably the path, given the timing that we're looking at with the chomps. Well, we're finally seeing more of that. We just haven't been back there often enough. No. Again, you have to hang all the way to the right. But the thing is, I'm kind of wary of overshooting and just missing the boot. Because if you don't hit the ceiling up top, you have to overshoot and then curve back. Miss. Missed a shot. But yeah, heading up to the bomb at the end, we should assume full bounces everywhere. Maybe even off to Koopa as well. I guess we're technically doing one up to the on-off switch, but... I guess at that point we just don't let up on the jump button at all. It's probably the case that I'm letting up on it more than I think I am, just, you know, out of habit. Given how I usually am with any interaction involving the Y button while holding jump. Okay, full jumps here. No, not over the ledge. Again, we need to hang all the way to that. You really do need to push right the whole time. And it does feel pretty awkward, but I'm so used to pulling back every jump. No. Starting to get the sense that, as we were warned much earlier, it's much too optimistic to expect that I'll actually get to Zelda today. So I guess this will be our second day off. Tears of the Kingdom since it's lunch, in all likelihood. Depending on how quickly we put this together. But let's not rush ourselves. Impatience will just lead to worse results. I am glad I pushed as hard as I was able to through the levels yesterday just to reduce today's list as much as we were able to do so, because this level definitely needed time. Anyway, we've got lots to do. As a point of comparison, the entirety of the SGDQ set last year took me about an hour and a half to stream. We've had multiple levels individually exceed that in this year's selection. Of course, last year did benefit from the fact that I had previewed some of the levels ahead of time, offline, because I wanted to see the mechanics before they debuted on the race stream. If the Koopa too late, it had already begun to reverse. Last year, a few levels benefited from a minor spot of off-stream practice. This year I found that seeing all of the levels on stream first before attempting them didn't actually ease anything. Still spend the same amount of time, more or less. Apart from occasional phases of figuring things out that might take me unusually long. Like much of this level, up to a point, although it seems like we had been on the roadblock of the final jump here for quite some time. We reached it a while ago, we just need to reach more often. Nope. And yeah, we haven't really had that many good solid attempts. There was a stretch in the middle here where we actually did make it to the ending quite a bit more often, but lately, so many problems. Look at that, because the Koopa once again got to it late and reversed. Dropped straight down to the pit when it reverses like that, so got a little too much airtime on one of those jumps here. Probably we need to go after obtaining the spiny hat straight down to that first mecha to minimize delay. Yeah, just let up on that jump in a controlled fashion, and as long as we get the shot off of the second Koopa, we're okay. Yeah, the jump getting me to the first mecha should be a shorter controlled jump, because time is of the essence for that one. Too low. Interesting helmet swap, though. Nope, that's gonna go left. I knew it. Nope, too much airtime. Too much airtime. That's exactly what happens. We need to make that improvement. We're previously getting by without it, but at a cost of too many attempts at this point. So... well, mind you, last year's SGDQ set was also just 8 levels, I think, compared to this year's 13. So it was, by its very design, a much shorter set. Even so, the runners, I believe, cleared them well ahead of expectations, sort of within 40 minutes or so. The allotted hour and a half. That was last year's set. This year, I think they actually went a little overestimate. Of course, there were 2 levels in the first 8 that went uncleared within the 8 limit. The ones by Naboo's and Quacken. And then the 5-level marathon in part 2, I think by itself took about half an hour, which is, you know, still hyper efficient next to how we've been demonstrating them. Goes to show why some players are doing this full time and others are definitely not. Well, we could be here a while. Yeah, we're losing a ton of time here to inconsistency. We solved most of this ages ago. Feels like I've just been eager to get back to the final jump just so I can see it properly. No. Like I very often say, I think one of the signs of expertise in this game is just a consistency to get back to the limit of your progression. Often enough to actually get some real practice. Not repeating too many mistakes after having fixed them already. You can tell that's where a lot of major improvements come from when it comes to less skill at negotiating and more difficult levels in this game. Just the amount of time you save on practice has a substantial impact. As you can see, even things that we had cleared long ago do still recur as problems on a fairly regular basis, and that causes quite a few problems. Nope, too early. Starting to lose some of the timings that should be second nature by now. Yeah, that middle segment is still mechanically the toughest thing until the ending. After all this time, it's still not a very fluent timing. Okay, nope, not quite. Well, that one looked promising for just a moment. But in the end, just a moment. Yeah, I kind of expected this level to be a roadblock. I just didn't realize how much of one it would wind up being. And again, it's like we're kind of re-establishing tons of progress from well over an hour ago. Let's try to piece this back together. You didn't beat this level? Yeah, we've gotten to the final jump a few times. And if Luca, you didn't beat it, I don't know about my chances. Considering that, you know, a lot of the Kaizo veterans in the relay team didn't beat it either. I'm having a lot of consistency issues with it when it comes to my own execution, but there's one last knowledge check really that we haven't quite worked out yet. We're okay until then. Whoops, nope, missed a jump. Missed a boot drop, rather. Anyway, certainly glad to know that it's not just my playing badly, like with some of the other levels, that this actually is as difficult as I think it is. We've got to read down on everything except the last jump. Because if I understand the last jump correctly, it's a bit of a curveball to set it up, so we just haven't gotten enough practice on it. We've only gotten maybe fewer than 10 decent attempts at getting around that last seesaw bridge platform. Nope, I knew that was going to go left. Okay. Nope, missed a shot. Missed a shot twice. Getting a shot on a second bounce actually would have been fine still, because as long as the melting happens before the coin drop from the flop, that is survivable. But can't miss both shots and hope to live to tell the tale. Yeah, we might just be on this a while. I guess we're gonna fall even further behind with Zelda. Good. No, except I missed a boot that time. That's twice we've choked that way by now. Just getting concerned over setting up that interaction as smoothly as we did much earlier. And missing essential movements like getting out of the boot at the appointed time, which we had no trouble with earlier, the last few times that we'd seen it. No, too late. Too late on a drop. At this point, at least I've seen enough of the early material to understand how I've done something wrong. And how to make it feel a little more comfortable. Once again, too late on a shot. That's been a problem lately in a way that it wasn't before. I think the issue is that some of the late content in this level is becoming unfamiliar just from lack of practice, and I'm not getting there enough, so there's a way in which poor play kind of compounds itself where, you know, the more inconsistent you get with the early material, the less practice you have with things you had solved previously in the later part, and so, you know, everything just kind of steadily falls apart from there and gets worse and worse. I mean, we definitely didn't have this much trouble with the mid-game once we had solved it earlier, but it was a bit of a burst of progress that we have since lost. Here we go. Too late. Too late. Too much of a bounce in the first one. You have to shave that first landing significantly. Rather ambitious to position this level in the finale sequence at all. I mean, you know, players involved like to be challenged, certainly, but to kind of do this in a relay under time-sensitive conditions, that's asking something. Considering what a reading challenge this is initially, until you've really seen it mapped out. Too late, I could tell. We have to let up on the first jump and fall smoothly down to the first mecha. It's very difficult thing to remember, just given that, you know, at that point I just feel fortunate to have made it over there at all after confirming that I've grabbed a spiny hat. That's the thing about certain interactions where you're trying to confirm your success with them, confirm that you've grabbed this power up or that you lose time from just watching that and telling yourself that it happened. It's like that in a few places with obtaining the boot here in the level as well, that you don't actually have time to recognize that you successfully got the boot. You just have to assume that you did and play accordingly, and that's the way it is with his first mecha. Much better, much better. That's interesting that we hit the shell down here. We need to lean right and hit the shell nice and low, but not that low. I still feel like I'm misreading that the 30 coin is trying to give me the position for it, and I'm just not seeing it. 30 coin is trying to tell me where to land on a shell to safely intercept the boot without running into problems with the seesaw on top, but everything's happening so fast that, you know, because I'm focusing on getting a fire shot as well up top, that I'm not getting the appropriate landing. Control jump, but too slow. We need to cut that airtime. Cut it dramatically. Nice fast fall here. There we go. It's like a controlled mid-jump off that shell. It's very hard to get. think so. Anyway, I'm still not clear on the jump off that shell. The 30 coin is just screaming at me about it in terms of giving a prescribed position to make contact, but I don't actually have a sense of how high we're supposed to go to do that boot interception. No, if we don't get enough of a bounce off the first one, we missed a boot completely. We shaved that one a little too aggressively. The timing window in that is quite tight. You can't have too much airtime there or you lose the second mecha. You also can't shave it too closely or you just missed a boot. Yeah, at no point have we actually seen the final chomp timing accurately. Got the boot. Again, there's never any time to read whether you have successfully picked up the boot. You have to just assume it. Anyway, looking at the clock here, I guess one level to go after this one. Zelda's not happening today. And let's just keep pushing. At this point, this is one of the harder levels that I've stuck with in recent memory. Now we're starting to lose the shells and not making proper contact with the thwomp from below, so that's a new mistake. That's only appeared in the last few attempts. So new problems are arising. So we're trying to do a controlled jump. We missed a fire shot anyway. We have to get high enough to get the fire shot, but then we need to drop down quickly. That is rough. The last interaction there, I don't know how we're going to do that. I mean, not like that, obviously, but... No, we missed a fire shot. That time it looked like we were getting low enough off the lower shell to have intercepted a boot, and then if you intercept a boot, then you hit Z instantly. It looked like if I had just gained a little bit of additional height there to get the fire shot, or at least timed it better. That might have been plausible. Too late. Too late, I could tell. Curvature just didn't work that time. We couldn't get up to Spiny Hat in time. Nope, too far to the left. Yeah, sometimes you just know it's not going to happen. Missed to boot. Spent too long at the first landing anyway, so. How is this over 1% when I walked into it? Selection bias from, or at least early player bias from playtesters and the audience that it would reach, I guess. Just from the people who would bother to try this at all. But yeah, this was over 1%. There's no way it is now, I think. I probably dropped it quite a bit on a low sample size. Nope, too late. That is so time sensitive. Nope. Oddly enough, no. That didn't work. Poor positioning. Couldn't get the mecha down. Oh, we'll see. Because this is a pretty gigantic roadwalk. Nope, too late. Too much curvature there. Too much airtime getting up to the top. Just completely inaccurate. Part of it is that I'm concerned about the distance we're getting from the bounce off the first mecha, because we know that we need to make the boot available, not just take the flop down. Yeah, so this year's selection was not kidding around. Given enough of a player sample, though, I mean, this one would have to drop to a lower clear rate than what we're seeing. Again, still surprising. At lowest one currently is the Yoshi Ghost House level. At around 0.7 something last I checked, and this feels harder than that, for sure. It like feels harder than 0.7 rather, not just harder than Yoshi level. I can't see the settling at over 1% for very long. Although clear rates in some ways have been going up just from the player base having been significantly narrowed down to people who really take this material seriously. No, we missed the second bounce because, yeah, at this point we've failed often enough at that part that it has become unfamiliar again. And we're missing simple interactions that we were previously able to take for granted, like the second bounce off the mecha down below. That projects me to what we need while activating the thwomp. Because this is purely execution failure at this point, at obstacles that we've already figured out many times over. And we are visibly regressing. No, we missed the shot completely. No, it's starting to really choke on early material now, and it is getting worse and worse. No, wrong way. We're still facing in the right direction, we just didn't get to kick down correctly. We just haven't been back to the part I actually want to learn. Long this time. Well, we'll see. Missed. That was it, too. That was the best attempt we've had so far. We just missed a boot drop. But we finally got the positioning correct on getting from shell to boot. We were late hitting Z. Boot drop to the right. Just marginally late. Like, basically, as soon as you make contact. You don't even watch the boot, you just watch the marker. I don't even know what I did right that time with the fall. Probably just making sure that we maintain a short bounce rather than taking a high bounce off the shell up to the seesaw. But yeah, we just kind of short bounce it. We get to the boot, drop off the boot. That's the best attempt. That's the best attempt. I don't know how long it'll take to get back to that to practice it again, but progress is possible. So many ways for this to go wrong. Yeah, much too late. That that time. No, I could tell I was taking too long once again. That's an adjustment I didn't previously have to think about when we were consistently getting there successfully. But maybe I was failing that more often than I realized, before I realized what was going on with our airtime at Mecca is becoming a problem. No, we failed to reach the boot at the time. Well, this has been a very thoroughly humbling experience. But if we manage to surmount it, it'll be an accomplishment. Sunk cost fallacy is a hell of a drug. Oh, we're still at it. Gonna be closing in on the 3-hour mark with this level pretty soon. Which I haven't been able to save for anything in quite some time. Apart from mega scale puzzles, of course. Which I haven't been able to save a platformer that I've stuck with for quite some time. Part of that, of course, is affected by how little Mario Maker relatively we've been playing this year, compared to years past. That icicle, too. It's just trap after trap. That makes this series of interactions extremely specific. I mean, after a while you do kind of get into the rhythm of it, but still. Nope. The remarkable thing about our progress through these levels is that it's been decelerating. Thought I'd just leave myself 3 levels today and that it would be a manageable thing to do, and you know, here we are still on number 2. After a while, with levels like this, you just also kind of run out of things to talk about, really. The failures become fairly self-evident. The necessary corrections have largely been researched. Failure points are fairly obvious. I mean, you know, that time, once again, too long getting up to the spiny shell and too much uptime for the mechas before they were appropriately stopped. It would be interesting to see a heat map of our failure locations. After a while, you do kind of lose a sense of proportion for what has been causing the most trouble, especially when things that were seemingly resolved were never concerned at all. Suddenly they can come back as huge mistakes. No. This is one of those levels where, you know, someday in the distant future, I really kind of fall out of practice with platformers from lack of time, lack of playing. You wonder how you even got this far, and you begin to envy the mechanical expertise and dexterity that you did have when you were younger, more capable, better practiced. You look back at things that you managed to accomplish once, realize just how hard they were. I'm not even talking about beating this level, I'm talking about, you know, making it as far as we have. I think sometimes because the level of skill demonstrated by your peers, either on Twitch or within the general maker community that's still active, is a skill level that is so high it's very easy to forget that, you know, making it this far is actually still a pretty decent amount of play. We forgot to get the second landing on Mecha after having been away from it for too long. We know it at this point. That's the whole point of kicking the Mecha to the right to begin with. Just that it's fell way out of muscle memory, and also that, yeah, we have not been hitting the thwomp accurately. We have been off-center, that's why we've been taking damage, rather than killing the thwomp from below. The way that that's supposed to work. Yeah, your reactions have to be so quick. There are so many points at which there is a state change in terms of power-ups or being in and out of the boot. There's no time to actually react to it, you just have to assume that contact is being made. And I think that's true of the final Z marker as well. You have to be so quick. Just press Z in that spot whether you think you have the boot or not. It's probably the only way to do it. Hence all the arrows pointing towards it. Which is unfortunate because, I mean, you know, I think my attitude towards indicators is well known. I don't like reading indicators, I like reading hard targets. That's how I was trained to play platformers, by actual platformers. And outside of Mario Maker or Kaizo Mario world, it's actually very difficult to think of platforming experiences that are so indicator-based, in that you're looking at instructions for particular button presses and locations, rather than orienting yourself around objects. But that's why I find indicator-based play to be especially challenging, even though it is what makes blind sight reading possible for the experienced Kaizo player who failed to make a kick. And of course, the difficulty with this one is that so many indications are stacked in very close proximity. Missed it completely. Yeah, you have to hit the one dead center from below. We haven't gotten that very much lately. Well, we're still here, and we're still on it. And yet, pretty clear major obstructions are at this point. Even if we are adding some along the way that didn't used to be problems. That's gonna go left. Yeah, I thought so. Start of the Steam song, certainly not made to be looped. Not really, I guess. Well, the desert is sparse and full of terrors. We've been hearing this desert motif quite a bit, though. One of the many original melodies composed for Mario Maker 2 by Koji Kondo is kind of an extension of his original work for Super Mario Bros. Back in 1985. The desert motif is too recent to have been worked into anything else, but quite famously, some of the original material written for Mario Maker 1 has... Whoops. Landed a mecha. Has been worked back into the mainline series. We have the Mario Maker 1 airship music in SMB 1. Shows up in Super Mario Odyssey very early on. No, too late on the mecha. And even if we are hitting it, we're just forgetting to get a second bounce on it now because it's been too long since we've seen it. Yeah, it's been a while since our best attempt at this point. It feels like it was at least 20 minutes ago, I think. We are at, I think, the 3-hour mark for this level. Also, for anyone in chat who has played these, one thing we were wondering about earlier was how to access the secret in DPC's level before this one, the 3D world one with all the hats. Seemed like I was supposed to look for a yellow pipe in the subworld. We missed the shot. But we couldn't find it. I don't know if I just didn't expect it carefully, or if it's actually really well hidden behind some relatively obscure interaction. It seemed like the level was set up to have some kind of accessible secret, unless it was just vestigial content that was deleted. And we just never saw what that was about. Despite a little bit of searching, that naturally cut into the time that we could have spent crashing against the listed level instead. Anyway, that was all 3 hours ago in a very distant memory, so... Nope. We haven't gotten that bounce very consistently in a while. It was good for a while, but... But yeah, not in great shape. Good. No, we've been missing that lately. That's a mistake that only showed up within the last 10 or 20 minutes or so, in terms of just taking damage on the thwomp instead of popping it. And I don't know why that is. I mean, I know why that is. I don't know why it recently started to recur. There's some kind of correction we're not quite making there. Probably because we're so overly concerned about... I think I know what it is. We've been kind of trying to overcorrect for the airtime that we have going into the second mecha. And perhaps I don't realize that cutting too many corners heading to the first mecha is failing to give me the angle that I need to safely drop the boot. So by attempting to fix one mistake, we've introduced another one. It's very much like debugging code or something. Okay, here we go. I mean, good thing this level is only single segment. Imagine if it weren't. Just getting murdered by this half. Not this half, but the halfway point. And rather, if it were a full-scale level with multiple checkpoints, we'd be murdered by this segment alone. Wondering how much else was left, but luckily we have seen the flag and we have seen how close we are. Nope, dropped it to the wrong side. Too many things to account for, especially now that we have errors that previously didn't exist. Getting into the mix and doing things that I'm very conscious of solving. Okay. Nope, missed a shot. Too busy trying to target the thwomp that I'm no longer watching my position over the second mecha to kick it to the right. Because we had so many issues with hitting the thwomp earlier that I'm watching that instead of the next landing. Okay. Finally. No, we missed a shot. We missed a shot once again. I'll have to look at the clear stats afterwards to see who has been on this, because this has been an undertaking and a half. Well, I mean, we've seen it all at this point, we just need to do it. Unfortunately, the final jump doesn't feel close. We haven't had a chance to practice it. We haven't had a chance to really learn what adjustments need to be made to land on jumps. The longer I spend on it, the more remarkable I find it that it was cleared by any team at all during the relay. Although again, the kind of runners invited do have reading accurate markers as part of their skill set, which here we do not. So it's a bit of a marked difference in playstyle and priorities and skill sets. And we've been aware of that for quite some time in the course of playing this level and beyond. Never mind Zelda, I'm wondering if we'll get to the final level today. No, missing every shot because we kept facing the wrong way. Because of all the positional correction that needs to be done to make sure we're positioned to the left of the mecha and not too far to the left of the thwomp. Yeah, somewhere in there, the Fireflower shot just got lost in the mix. Okay. A bit late on everything there. Yeah, the thing is, we can't have this situation where it takes 10 to 20 minutes between attempts to actually get to the finale. No. And why does a chomp die? Shouldn't be vulnerable to Fireflower. Did we stomp it prematurely? I think we must have. Like, we must have come down here and jumped it or something. I don't understand why the chomp died. It is supposed to reflect back here. We're supposed to do this, land back in the boot, and fall into the chomp with a high bounce. Speaking of which, that's got to be a high bounce, so as we fall back into the boot, we have to hold B, lean right. Hold B, lean right, and in doing so, not hit the ledge. Yeah, this has been unbelievably rough, actually. Kind of wonder what I did to the clear stats at this point, just from pushing on it for so long. We need to keep dropping until the chomp is in position. It might be multiple drops. I don't know if it is one drop, but it might. We need to watch the position. That was our best attempt. That's the closest one yet. That was the best attempt because we actually got into the boot cycling over to Z. It's the first time we've actually made it in like that. But the chomp's still alive, so progress is possible. Basically, we need to fire the shot nice and early. Nope. Getting some wires crossed in the early segments. Because it might be multiple bounces. The important thing is that you land on the chomp somehow, and you basically have to wait for it to come over. Wrong way. Dustin Dude, thank you for coming in with a party of 5. Hope Crossword Night has been good to you. Also, don't know if you managed to catch the Wiggles Mundaily. I've not been able to make it to that yet. It's a little too early for when I can get on, but it's good to have that, keep up some regular events in the absence of the Cocoa Club. And you were also busy? Yeah. Yeah, that's been my situation too, is I'd love to make more regular Wiggles clubs, indeed any regular Wiggles clubs, but it hasn't been that possible lately, so we've been wiping out on this level for the past 3 hours. It's been some work. Definitely one of the hardest things I've played this year, in fact. And we just saw our best attempt yet. We're very close to finishing. Or so it seems. But disasters have happened. But anyway, thanks again for the raid and for bringing your crew in with you. I hope the streaming's been going well. You have trouble connecting your Switch to internet at your university. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That has trouble with whatever authentication portal you have. I would assume that's a roadblock. It's much better than past Nintendo systems when it comes to handling things like hotel or cafe Wi-Fi or whatever, but certainly with many universities having their own authentication gateways nowadays, that only gets you so far. No! Yeah, okay, so I'm supposed to get a high bounce off the bomb. We flubbed that. That's the first time I've flubbed it in that particular fashion. Everything was going well, though. I guess it's some kind of seesaw launch that gets that green shell over to where I get to bounce off of it subsequently. Completeness. Big Red Boy, welcome. Big Red Boy, I hope you've been doing well. Very much enjoyed watching your and Beachin's co-op creation for this set. As well as, I believe, the Versus Showcase that was put together. Over here, we've been wiping out in this level for longer than I care to admit. Which is an experience one had with Josh Bones before. It's nothing too strange here, but... But yeah, I definitely found this GDQ selection quite a lot more challenging than the set last year, and I know that was definitely the intent. Yeah, so we're touching that flump too far to the left. We need to hit it directly below. The thing is, I'm pulling back too aggressively to hit that mecha. And yeah, Dustin Dude, it seemed unusually difficult. One of the teams actually didn't really finish it, I think. And this is the second last one. There's one more after this. Nope. Came in low. The catsuit level's not too bad. I did that one earlier to stream, although I couldn't find what apparently looked like the secret, because we saw the warp block. We saw the yellow pipe and more info, in terms of being the exit to an apparent secret room. We couldn't find how to actually get to that pipe. I'm surprised that the Yoshi Ghost House level is actually the one currently with the lowest clear rate, but again, that's kind of dependent on a sample of who has played it, and it comes fairly early in the set, and with a pretty broad audience for Nabuza's levels generally among people who follow him, so. This one is the hardest one that I've played so far. We had some issues with the Goombud one as well, but that's because I'm bad at throwing objects. And so I knew exactly where the weakness was there. Oops. Yeah, the portal glitch level, we played that in yesterday's stream with Samuel present. An absolutely amazing time. I was extremely happy with that. Setting aside the fact that, you know, for Nintendo reasons that the level can't stay online. I think it is actually pretty major classic of Mario Maker 2 and will be remembered that way. So, and of course Samuel's been very cooperative with just making sure it gets video coverage from people who can grab his upload. And Dustin Dude going to listen and fall asleep? Yeah, hopefully. I mean, you're going to be hearing this music a lot. Because we've been here for so long. You have to take into account calibrated players as was thrown at. Yeah, exactly, in a user. And the thing is, I know what my weaknesses are as a player relative to people who are Kaizo caliber and who are extremely good readers. In the way that the SGDQ runners were. I've seen enough of them on their various streams to kind of understand what differs about their skill sets. You know, first of all, their consistency in not repeating mistakes that they have fixed earlier, which, as you can see here, has been a major weakness of mine this level, but also accuracy in reading indicators, which is not something I've ever really been that comfortable with in the platformers, so... or in Maker specifically. And yeah, I mean, it was something that was definitely completable for them because they preserved their progress very well. Whoops. And because a lot of the muscle memory for certain maneuvers feels much more second nature, I think. Given the people involved in the race. But yeah, last year my completion time on the GDQ levels was not that far off the streamer completion time. The racer completion time, rather, in spite of the fact that they were way ahead of schedule, I think, with last year's set. I mean, I didn't do too badly. It was kind of within the original estimated hour and a half or so. This year, not even close. Not even remotely close. I didn't land accurately on second mecha. And I was kind of forewarned about that, but even I continued to underestimate this. It's been actually a little bit shocking how much trouble I've had. And part of it is because I have been very out of practice with Mario Maker, but, you know, even so. Whoop, too far to the left there. Nope, missed. Missed the landing. Just being so careful that time, too. But yeah, any user, what you were saying a couple hours ago about not expecting to get to Zelda today. Well, I mean, that was around the time that I started this level, and that is, of course, become quite true. At this point, I would be very happy to just complete the set today. Okay. Moment of truth here. Miss. Yeah, you need to fire the shot really early. That was definitely too late, because I was already too far down to curve by the time the Fire Flower did its business. Nope. But yeah, if anyone does know the answer to what was going on with the secret in DPC's catsuit level, I don't mind that being spoiled because we're already past it after spending a few attempts on checking it, so... But I couldn't see the entry to that at all. No, wrong way. Otherwise, that was fine. The shot just went in the wrong direction. With a little creativity, you can definitely use the towers, but not the glider. Just careful landing in ponds. Well, we'll see. Like I said, I'll compromise on the glider eventually, because we want to get 100% in shrines, but... And you know, because I'm playing with no fast travel in pro mode anyway, I actually don't feel like I've suffered that much from lacking the map in the overworld. Particularly because I have the existing context of what the layout was like in Breath of the Wild to at least know where things sit roughly. Eventually, of course, when we sweep the map for the last remaining shrines and so forth, we'll do that. And it's kind of interesting to think, too, that unlike Breath of the Wild, I'm doing my first run without the shrine detector. If there even is one in this game, I kind of assume there is, but we haven't unlocked the relevant features, so who knows? We are through 60 shrines at this point, which I guess makes this minor hiatus well placed. 60 shrines in one dungeon. Whoops. I had an absolute blast with the last one we did this weekend, in fact. Possibly my favorite one in the game so far. Yeah, but of course, with so many people still progressing on the game, I don't really want to elaborate. In case anybody is as spoiler sensitive as I have been. But in general, the gearless combat challenge shrines have really leaned into a lot of what was best about Breath of the Wild. And elaborated on some of that game's greatest strengths. We're slipping. We're slipping quite a bit. Okay, here we go. Low. I've been wary of getting a full jump on the shell, lest we wind up above that bridge, but it's clearly also not a minimum jump. That just doesn't give you the height you need. That wasn't intentionally a low bounce. But it is a controlled bounce of some sort. You can't go full height, because you run into seesaw problems, as we discovered much earlier. But it can't be minimal either, so... You actually kind of have to aim that at the interception point for the boot. Miss. miss that was actually very well synchronized with the thwomp hitting the ground just as we did to really punctuate the moment very percussively. Thanks so much for the follow. We are, however, not running an open viewer queue today. I do typically run viewer levels on weekends, although I haven't been doing so for the last few weeks due to Zelda becoming a massive priority. But this is not a viewer stream, and we missed our third or fourth time having that happen. That we overshot slightly when picking up the boot. We have to get her input ready, basically, with the expectation that we're going to intercept the boot. We cannot wait for visual confirmation that the boot has been obtained, because by then it is too late to drop it in position. That's what I was saying about, reading markers rather than objects. That is something I still do not find intuitive after all this time playing Maker, and that is, again, something that is part of the pro skill set for those with kinds of experience, especially. Well, we're still on it. We may still be on it for some time. Whoa, missed a shot. Yes. No, missed. I was trying to make the shot. At this point, I'm going to edit the stream title to reflect the fact that we're not getting to Zelda today. But so, there it is. No Zelda today. No thanks to Josh Bones. Let's be perfectly clear about this. Okay. Let's continue. We're close. It's doable, but we need a lot more consistency in the early parts. Much, much more. Or we just won't get the practice in that we need to make the final bounce work out. A little boot juggle at the end that has to be very instinctive in some ways in terms of seeing when the appropriate moment to strike the chop will be. Because I can foresee a scenario where we hit the chomp at the end accurately for the first time finally and just don't get enough of a high bounce because we were underprepared. These kind of failure scenarios are already in mind. It's things that could very well occur. Nope, too far left. That whole sequence felt a little bit off anyway. Off the usual timing. Yeah, so I see what it is. After all this time, I finally had a chance to actually read the mechanism On-off slightly off screen, I think triggered by the bomb, which then does the spring drop to project a shell. Up until this point, I had never had a chance to actually look at what's going on with the shell mechanism. You know, there are people saying there wasn't enough Triforce representation in Tears of the Kingdom. Don't tell me. I'm not far enough to know that yet. And to know whether you mean like the actual Triforce itself, which was also absent in Breath of the Wild. I guess, you know, as soon as you talk about stuff like the imprisoning war, you get back to thinking about its original namesake in the days of the Link to the Past and so on, where, you know, obviously the Zelda series always works with a lot of variants of the same names and concepts, the imprisoning war being one of them. This level looks deceptively simple, very deceptively. I mean, part of it, though, is that I have already taken the time to figure out a lot of the reading challenges that are involved with it. It did have a bigger initial learning curve than a lot of the other ones in the SGDQ set as well, especially if you're like me and you're terrible at reading markers. A lot of the ways in which it is error-prone are probably not as obvious until you get your hands on it with a controller. I mean, you know, when I saw it on the stream, right? And I wasn't paying attention in quite a lot of detail, but it looked difficult in the same way that other Josh Bones levels I've played are difficult. Same kinds of challenges and same kind of pacing, but even so, a lot of the ways in which this is hard have caught me by surprise. Almost. We got a shell bounce, we didn't get up to the boot. We're late on the shell bounce. But anyway, here we go. Nope. That was not going to work out. You see, there is totally a Triforce in Tears of the Kingdom. The Triforce of Pitch, the Triforce of Roll, and the Triforce of Yaw. That is what we have discovered so far. Chomp died. Because the Chomp died prematurely. It's supposed to loop around. Something about that boot drop killed it. I think it got stopped by the second contact with this block. It spawns on the first drop. We did a second drop that actually did make contact, and I think that actually squashed it. I'm not exactly sure, but something killed it before it got to the second block. GG! Congratulations. We can always pretend. Well, that was one of the better attempts. We did get in a boot. We didn't just drop the boot on the wrong block right away. But yeah, the way in which we pick up the boot on the way up, I think, is throwing me off. It's similar to what happens with the boot pickup after the thwomp kill with a spiny head, where you're making contact with it during an upward movement. But I thought the implication was that you have to drop it directly. And maybe we kind of need to fall back into it first to give the chomp a little bit more uptime. Nope. Again, still too concerned about the timing and positioning for the second mecha, and it's throwing me off with a thwomp, because you kind of have to lean right for the thwomp and lean left for the mecha. And that's the result you get when you try to focus on both at once. And we mustn't forget the second bounce on the second mecha as well. Too far to the right. The 30 coin is there because we are supposed to be aiming for 30 coin as our horizontal marker. And we've known that for a long time. But actually doing it is still... that's something that we really need to sort out in some fashion. Nope. It was an unusually low drop in a boot, so that was kind of throwing me off a little bit. No, the chomp, once again. And that is such a finicky interaction. It's supposed to loop around. We're supposed to stay alive here until the chomp is here. And we bounce. But it doesn't feel like I have much control over the chomp dying that soon, because I can hardly see what's going on so quickly. That was a little under 4 hours. Or in other words, 23 seconds. How do you shave 5 seconds out of that? Yeah, I mean, no, I can see how we're losing time on it. Because we do a couple of very safe high bounces in certain places. And of course, it's probably possible to accelerate that last little bit with a chomp as well, instead of just kind of waiting for it to get in place. Anyway, one more to go. When we started this level, it was at about 1.12, I think. I think I single-handedly tanked this to 0.8, which is, in my view, closer to where it belongs. Awesome Lamb, thank you for the GG, because this one took work. Anyway, who's in the Hall of Fame here? I think people... Obviously, Low Curbs were playing everything for content. A lot of familiar names here. Red Knight was blowing through this set yesterday. Like, he was doing everything just much faster than me. And yeah, a lot of very prolific players here. Early clears, of course, by people involved in the project. I'm glad everybody who, managed to get through the end. As you can see, kind of 100% correspondence between clearing and liking it, because if you're going to put in a time, you probably are having a good time, unless you just have a very perverse sense of obligation. I had a great time, by the way, given the circumstances. And in spite of the fact that it cost me a second consecutive day of Zelda, we made it, we stuck with it. We were amply rewarded with the experience. And like I said, one day we'll look back at this and wonder on Earth. Also, look at this. I was close to the clear check time. The clear check time is also 23 seconds. So that 5-second cut on this, that's got to be definitely something different going on with the chomp at the end. And I'm wondering what else can be optimized that heavily. But it seems like my route must have been pretty close to the intended Josh Bones road from what I was reading. So, and Awesome Lamp, you've been lurking for a while, so go back to that now. Yeah, glad to see you again here. And thanks to Drabesh Advisor as well for the GG. We have one more to go. We will do it. We will hopefully not take nearly as long. But the finale, which is going to be by Sauce Power, and I think it's Sauce Power. I don't remember if it's like Power or Powder, but anyway, it just appears as Sauce Pow due to character limit. This is also his second account, so it's Sauce Pow squared, I believe. Also a presence in the GDQ set last year. Are these S's or 5s? I think they're S's. Spring into action. In fact, I believe that this thumbnail SGDQ design is the same one that he used for last year's level as well. I recognize it because I remember kind of making a note of that little bumper cue. Anyway, this is a 1.09, but on a much larger player base so far, so hopefully statistically it's a little more accurate than what we were seeing with the 1 point something on the previous level when we started it. But anyway, use springs in various ways to proceed. Oh yes, we will. Okay. We tossed this. No, we hit this with our head. We toss it up in order to launch whichever object comes out of the block upwards towards the muncher. It's almost certain to be a shell that then hits the on-off switch. Whoops, no, we jump to the block first. Block, mole, up throw, mole. We have to sustain a full jump. Spike ball, okay. And we have to be quick about getting off the second wall. So we can jump off the red block and through the red column. No. That's okay. Just need to develop some new muscle memory for the first time in a while, so. Catch, and then block the shell here using the spring. Let's see how long this one takes me. Again, needs to sustain a full jump going into the up throw. Actually, no, we don't. You toss it up, and it should deflect into the on-off switch, in theory. Yeah, no, we don't need a full jump going into that. We just need to hit accurately with the spring. In fact, it's easier if we don't do the full jump. You toss it up. How does it enter the on-off switch then? I don't see that. Day 2, it is day 3, actually. We've been especially slow. This is the last level, at least. I just spent 4 hours on a Josh Bones level. Almost. Okay, so you need to hit it slightly off a little bit. But then you need to toss this to bump the muncher upwards. After that. Yeah. Yeah, congratulations, Mars, by the way, on your clear through that, but I did see you cleared it as well, so. Okay, so yeah, we don't want the full bump here. We want to kind of toss in this location. Maybe the marker is telling me that I'm supposed to toss in this location, then we get up front. That's the thing that always confuses me about these markers. I can never tell, depending on the maker, if we're referring to Mario's position or the object's position. Because makers themselves don't necessarily agree on that. But here, obviously, you can't center the spring to the point where it goes straight up to center column, so it has to be Mario's position. I'm probably tossing it on the right half rather than the left half, so we can get in position for next toss after that. But of course, we're very likely to overshoot if we aim that way. So. We'll try it. Hang on. Also, 23-second time on this, so we'll see how we do, given that previous experience. Whoops. Nope, need more momentum. That's an easy correction to see. Nope. Didn't really mean to back off that way, but I was a bit uncertain about the positioning, so. Maybe we just set it down. I think we just set it down, actually. I mean, it is an up throw marker, but I feel like it is easier to just be set down. Assuming that it still gets it into the slot, which it might or might not. Yeah, it's a lot easier that way. We just need to... Yeah, so you set it down this way. Actually, it's a marker facing down, so it actually is telling me soft drop rather than stand up. So the markers are referring to object positions, not Mario's position. And the second toss there towards the muncher makes that obvious, because otherwise you do overshoot. Whoops. A little bit gluey there on my jump. Also, got up to the wall too soon. We actually hugged the wall unintentionally. Nope, too soon. It is a timing element. The spring is on a forward throw going to go pretty far regardless. Yeah, but we do need to run through the gate, obviously. Have to follow through the gate as much as it goes up. And not stand too far to the right when you do the drop like that. Yeah, not a great position to do that in. We're setting it down. We want to stand on the left. But we want to be a little bit more responsive about the throw, and we need to kind of run to follow the throw. Overshot. Okay, good. Now we can actually take a moment to breathe. Why would you want an up throw drop in a pokey? Because this is going to shoot something that's going to drop fire, isn't it? Why this one first? Oh, no, because you have to toss this to send it up. This is an interaction you don't see very often, I find. Anyway, we're not speedrunning here, so we can just take this slowly, maybe, depending on momentum. I guess we have to then deal with the Wiggler off the claw after this point. Whoops. Ah, yes, because then you need the Wiggler to be dropping on the left side, don't you? Or is it going to be the spring on the left side? Let's see what this is. We're losing this attempt anyway. It is a key. Okay. What is SGDQ? It is Summer Games Done Quick, which was the speedrun festival / convention that happened over the course of the last week. It involved a Mario Maker 2 showcase, as in many past seasons, which was a relay race between two teams of 4, all consisting of very prominent streamers within the community and expert players, who played through a set of 13 levels this year that were kind of blindly assigned. We're on level 13 out of 13 currently in that set, which has been made mostly publicly available, apart from some levels that, or one level rather, that Nintendo was almost certainly going to take down. Yeah, I hope that helps and answers the question. I am a much less expert player than the people who were invited to this event to demonstrate it live, and so we've been taking much, much longer to do these levels. They were kind of designed to be done as a team in a few minutes apiece. We've been taking hours on some of them. Okay. Okay. Take your time. No, we needed to keep it. The idea is you do second bounce on a Wiggler, you send it up, you send it up again, and it lands to give you the coin, because we still need to spring at this point to do an object drop right here. Because after bopping the bomb, we need to get onto that platform to regain it, I think. Well, we'll see what happens when we get there. We'll see what happens. Miss. Standing too far to the right. Nope. Also a little too late. I mean, it is partly timing based. It's okay to stand closer and have a better chance of getting through the gate if we just have a better throw timing towards it. It's flexible, just not that flexible. You just need a better sense of the visual cue for our timing, switch activation. I think we toss right at the moment of contact for the switch. We're okay, as long as we remember to run through. We can try that when we stop getting bopped by the shell. But we'll get over there in due course. No, we keep standing too far. Because as I drop that, I still have a little bit of forward momentum and they're not cutting off. Good. Perfect. Now we jump on top of the blooper, we hit the on-off switch, and we throw. The next line after that should be on a bomb, but I'm not exactly sure yet. First we have to hit the blooper. At that point, when you run forward, that's when you get within camera spawning range of the bomb. That's how the timing is regulated. Dark Coup Patrol. Hope you've been doing well. Paying many respects today, I see. Light. Kind of want to bunch right up to that muncher and just do another soft drop as it comes down. I don't know if I have the space to do it. I should have the space to do it. Not really, because it's 2 tiles over. It wouldn't hit. And yeah, Dark Coup Patrol, I'm glad I haven't totally lost my voice, given how often I've been streaming lately. Still nudging too far forward. I've been streaming daily since Zelda came out, and that's been rather dependent on not losing my voice, so luckily that has not been the case because I don't want anything to get in the way of playing more Zelda. I can't veer left there at all. However, I think I need a second jump because at that point there is a Yoshi egg that comes down. That timing is going to take some practice. Let's see the sequence because you do actually get a second jump due to the Goomba down below. It is going to be some kind of 2-jump sequence because you need time for the bomb to make it over, right? And you need the Yoshi egg to drop somewhere where it's actually going to land. I actually think that the idea is that if you throw the spring and catch the Yoshi egg, it's going to take it over to the falling blue platform, the flimsy lift, where the Yoshi will spawn and becomes available once you jump off the bomb. Likely Yoshi will have to grab more springs at some point, but despite this being the finale level from the relay race event, I actually don't remember it very well at all. So we are doing it fresh. I do remember this interaction with the Podoboo and the up throw. It's very rare, not often seen. Nope, nope, it's supposed to be a soft drop, we didn't do it. But basically though, second drop, as you can see there, it does actually get the bomb within position, but with an accurate throw, the spring is going to deflect the Yoshi egg. So it deflects the Yoshi egg, likely to the platform. And then the bomb is in position for you to grab it. So it is going to be 2 bounces on that stack. First bounce gets me up to the on-off switch. Second bounce allows me to reposition myself to have some forward motion to get through. Yeah, why didn't we just hit those blocks in my head to begin with? Missed it. It is clearly supposed to intercept the egg, I think. Unless it's just supposed to land on the platform and I'm just cracking the egg with my head as I get over the bomb. We'll see. We had the right idea. I kind of suspected as soon as we saw a Yoshi egg that Yoshi would need to grab the spring right away. We just reacted a little late to how that positioning was going to happen. Right idea, just a little slow. And yeah, we're not doing too badly relative to the last level anyway. That's actually correct, we just bunched towards the munchers a little bit too late. Basically, you pick up, you jump over to the next platform holding the spring after having escorted across with Yoshi in that moment. So, from a reading perspective, we have everything up to the key door, I'm pretty sure. Some of the positioning needs a bit of fixing, but nice full bouncer gets me on top of Yoshi right away, and we don't need to deal with contact with the lift. The timings are starting to feel a little more fluent. Slightly. Still some risk of failure, but... Miss. Of course, we need Yoshi at this point. We don't have him. Yeah, you get over to the stumps, there's an additional throw, and then... we'll see what the last interaction is up to the door. Given the pacing so far, this feels like the first half. If I'm not mistaken. It's got a record of, what, 20-something seconds? "23 seconds. So yeah, we were pretty far along, actually. Yeah, we'll get there. It's a comparatively easy read after the breakneck pace of the last one before this. Feels positively relaxed to just, you know, take a moment and see what's going on. With a little bit of breathing room that we didn't get in the previous one. Okay, so... Oh, there is a time limit. Okay, I see. We're supposed to deflect the spike ball over to the on-off switch. I'm not exactly sure when that throw is supposed to happen, but... yeah, the Potable does act as a death timer on that. You can't really stall that indefinitely. That drop, standing a little too far to the left now to compensate for some of the earlier mistakes. down, and down. There we go. This has got to be it, though, given the time, right? That is it. Well, alright. What's the last spring all about, I wonder? We'll check the screen afterwards to see what there is at the end, if anything. That was surprisingly relaxed. Actually, the easiest level in the set, which makes sense as a finale in some ways. Like in the whole set, across all 13, this was maybe due to popularity, and that's why the clear rate is actually down to about 1%, but I found this very, very reasonable. Rebox, that almost makes up for the nearly 4 hours that we spent on the level before that one, so I guess, you know, the skill eventually manifests itself. The spring at the end doesn't give you anything other than the ability to get up to the ceiling and run into the scroll lock on the left, which prevents you from, you know, falling into the abyss. So it's just a little aesthetic bonus, I guess. Not something you can actually realistically reach. But we got it. We had to displace Tears of the Kingdom for the second day in a row, but we will be back to it as soon as possible because I have been trying to stream daily, if I can, ever since Zelda came out. And it'll be fun because we are at this point, I think maybe about 150 hours in and I still have no paraglider. Yeah, something like that. But anyway, it's been amazing fun. These levels as well in SGDQ have been amazing fun. Credit once again to all of the makers involved, as well as a special note for Supernova for getting such a dream team together this time around and bringing in a little bit of that extra non-Nintendo flavor that one doesn't often see expressed in non-troll public view. Really great level set. Many that I think will be remembered as fairly durable classics of the form, in spite of the fact that Samuel's in particular will not be very publicly playable. Rebox, I'm sure you can ignore the 4-hour level. Yeah, you know, just, you know, pay no attention to the 500-pound 20-second level in the room. Anyway, that's it for today. We'll be back to Zelda as soon as possible. I don't know when I will next stream Maker, because as many of you know, I have recently been kind of putting aside Maker in our usual schedule for viewer levels, etc., to play more Zelda. That might continue in the near term, especially because, you know, we spent a bit of a chunk of time on the GDQ levels this week, but when we do get back to Maker, you will know, especially if you keep tabs on us via the Discord. So, and yeah, Luca, we beat it. We did in fact make it. I mean, after that kind of time expended, I kind of had to. And I'm happy with the accomplishment. I think we earned it. So, no worries about the late GGs. Thank you for that anyway. We're going to search around for somewhere to send you folks off to next. And Mario Maker will return at some point. I'm glad we took this break from Zelda to do these levels. No complaints about that whatsoever, in spite of the fact that it took a total of over a dozen hours, I think, to actually get through levels that were designed for an hour and a half of racing. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks for the levels, especially to all of the makers who dropped by to hang out and talk about design and see themselves get played. It is great to know that so many great content creators in this scene like this stream enough to hang out here. I'm very appreciative of that. It makes my experience as a player so much better. Oh yes, Luca, one thing. Nobody answered this earlier. If you know what's going on with this secret room that is apparently in the DPC cat level, please let me know. Because we searched for it, I didn't understand how to get it. I couldn't find it. I was looking for a yellow pipe. That seemed to be the clue. We couldn't find it. That's the only thing that's kind of like this dangling question over the levels that we played. It might be something vestigial left over from an earlier draft that became inaccessible. But I don't know. It seemed like it was completely locked away. Thanks for watching. We'll look for a raid. See you folks again soon. And, as always, fare thee well.